We're good? All right, thank you. I'm going to call the regular council meeting to order for Monday, October 16th. And I will begin with a land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located within Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4, the ancestral and traditional territory of the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And we acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. It is because of our treaty relationship that we can live, work, and play on Treaty 6 territory. All right, so today we are here for the purpose of budget. There is a delegation portion if there's anybody present, which there is not. So anticipate there is nobody here for delegations. So with that, as I indicated, we are going to be doing capital budget today. And before I turn over to Mr. Fleming, just to remind everybody, I'm not going to go through an order today. We'll do it like we do at our normal meetings. I'll just keep a rotational list, and if we have to go to around 2 or 3, I'll just go through there until everybody has done it. But I'm not going to go through a specific rotation. Today is about asking clarifying questions. We're not debating any issues today. And just as a note, there was a notice of motion that was put on here for number 8.1. We need to ensure that we leave sufficient time to deal with the notice of motions. So I will be watching the time for that. So really keep your questions to clarifying questions, flag items. If there's not unanimous consent for flagging an item, then it will require a motion. And Mr. Dance will jump in and tell us if we're doing something wrong when it comes to these. All right, so Mr. Fleming, take it away with your 2024 capital budget introduction.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. As I typically do, I'll just do a quick sort of 30,000 foot level introduction to the budget, and then Mr. Eamon will come in after me and get into a lot more detail. I just want to, as always, start out by thanking all the folks that have been working on this document for many, many months now. As is typical of every year, there's usually something that's going on, whether it's a pandemic or I think this year we had a lot of staff turnover within finance that we had to deal with. So the team worked really hard to get this document prepared and get it put together, and we're proud of the final product. And I just really want to thank them for all of their hard work. So just as background, again, we do 4 distinct parts of the budget. Today we're here talking about the capital plan for next year and the 10-year capital plan. Starting November 15th, we look at the operating budget, and we also do a 3-year operating financial plan forecast as well. So the capital budget this year, I would actually say this is a bit of a hybrid of recommendations that come from administration in terms of the project and the timing. And then there's a few projects within that I'll talk about later that are the timing of which has actually come from previous decisions of council. And as always, just a note that all capital budget decisions do have an impact on the operating budget. So when we talk about what's the percentage property tax increase, I know that tends to be something that we talk about more during the operating budget deliberations, but within each of the plan requests, you should see an operating impact. So when you're debating whether or not to keep or to remove an item from the budget, do note that there would be an associated operating budget impact. Just some things that we were seeing and feeling when we were putting the budget together. The interest rate right now, the cost of borrowing, it has a material impact on the cost of doing business right now for borrowing, especially borrowing for capital. These are higher interest rates than we've seen. I don't know that I've seen them this high since I've been with the city of Fort Saskatchewan, but the cost of borrowing is high right now. And it did have, like I said, it did have a material impact on our projections within the capital and operating budgets. This is a period of significant spending according to the 10-year capital plan. I think I've sort of been giving this warning the last few years that this period of time was coming with the major projects. And I would say, especially now that we've got the JRC underway, that we're sort of within that time period. The inflation probably matters more with the operating budget, but the high inflation we're seeing right now most definitely has an impact on the capital budget. I'd say the most noticeable place, just for me personally, was at the cost of equipment. Major equipment, but it affects all of our capital projects. And my encouragement, again, I've been given this the last few years, but make sure we talk a lot about individual projects, and we tend to debate a lot about individual projects, but make sure, especially with that 10-year capital plan, that you're looking at the holistic picture as well. The impact on debt limits, reserve balances, things like that. This budget focuses a lot on continued investment in our annual infrastructure programs. We always make those a priority and continue to try to make sure those are well maintained and well funded. There are considerations to start the detailed design process for an aquatics facility. It has a separate plan request, and I'm sure it'll get a lot of discussion when the time comes, so I won't get into detail on that. And the Veterans Way expansion and underpass, it is included in the budget. It's shown there, but it's shown as unfunded. I believe the funding source shows as other levels of government. So it's not included in the impact to the ongoing operating budget, and it's not showing with any city funding source. So just note that. We don't do that very often, but in this case, because we're still working on getting provincial support, we thought this was the best way to represent it. On the other side, the secondary water line is shown as a major capital project that's upcoming, but we did not show it, or we're not requesting that funding right now. We're going to wait for the functional plan to come back. And then once we get those final numbers, what we may see is us coming forward early in the new year, possibly January, February of 2024, and that's when we'll make the request for to start the design for that project. The traffic calming project is included. I had some questions from council a few times in the last few months, and we had this funding in last year's budget, but it wasn't enough, again, because of inflation and some unknown factors when we tendered it out. So we've got two separate traffic calming projects included in the plan request for this year that have come back. And there are significant costs in this budget, obviously, for annual fleet and fire equipment replacement. And that includes the grader. We are looking at a fleet addition, the first addition of a grader since I've been with the city. I believe we've always had two, and this would add a third one to the fleet. The security camera upgrades, which was a holdover from last year, we did some additional work. And there is a 100th Avenue Road enhancement just to deal with some operational issues that we've been having in that particular location. There is no consideration to begin the process of constructing a second fire hall. What you'll see is a plan request in the operating budget when we come back in November to do it's a feasibility study of sort. I always forget the word. Viability study. I always forget the word every single time. There's a specific term for it, but validation study, that is the word I was looking for. Validation study. To help us get more information on the project and also to meet the requirements we have in the budget policy for major capital. There's some homework that we have to do. For the 10-year capital plan, we did make some minor changes to some project timing and some project amounts, but for the most part, it stayed pretty steady. The three major projects that I referenced, obviously the aquatics facility, the secondary water line, and the second fire hall, those would all require debt funding in some capacity more than likely. And if you do look at the combination of the three of those coming within a shorter term period, the 10-year capital plan does show that our debt limit actually goes to 68% of our provincially legislated limit. And just a reminder that our internal debt capacity limit that we've set is at 75%. So it gets us close to our internal capacity. And then, as always, there's a significant amount of work that's underway that will inform some of the major projects on the 10-year capital plan. We're finishing the secondary water source functional planning study. Council will be seeing that soon. The urban forest protection and enhancement plan is underway, and I believe it's finishing up. Same with the materials handling site / snow dump study and the neighborhood rehab study are both nearing completion and set to come back to council soon, and those will have a material impact on our projections in the upcoming 10-year capital plan. And again, the fire station validation study. I've got the word there. And that's a proposal for the operating budget. And I'll turn it over now to Mr. Eamon for more details.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. And good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, the City's Chief Financial Officer. And joining me is Shannon Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning. I'm here to provide Council with an overview of the proposed 2024 capital budget, as well as remind everyone of the process to be followed during these budget meetings. The capital budget meetings will be follow a similar process as to prior years. 2 days are scheduled for Council to hear and deliberate the 2024 capital budget and 10-year capital plan. Day 1, October 16th, Administration will be making presentations to Council and taking questions. And Day 2, October 20th, is reserved for Council deliberations and to cover off any items from Day 1 that may require follow-up. As the Mayor mentioned, Council is advised to follow the flagged items and questions process. This will allow Council to hear entire presentations of the capital budget and the 10-year capital plan on Day 1, as well as receive any supplementary information prior to deliberations on Day 2. Also, the process allows Council members to be aware of any flagged items and or potential motions that may come forward on Day 2, and Administration the time to prepare further information as needed. If a Council member wishes to flag an item for later discussion, the Mayor will determine if there is unanimous consent, and if unanimous consent is given, then the item will be considered flagged. If the item does not have consensus, or if a vote is requested by a member of Council, a vote will be held, and if the item receives a majority of votes, then the item will be considered flagged. Council members wishing to put forward a motion on Day 1 that is not specific to a presented or a flagged item should give notice of motion, and which would then be addressed on Day 2. In addition, Council may ask Administration clarifying questions. If a question cannot be readily answered by Administration, or if a considerable amount of work is required, the City Manager will advise Council of options for when the information can be made available. Department Directors responsible for capital projects are here to answer questions as they arise. Administration will be making 2 presentations to Council today, starting with the proposed 2024 capital budget, followed by a separate presentation of the proposed 2024-2033 capital plan. In the event that we are unable to complete both presentations in the time allotted for today, we will resume the presentations at the start of Day 2. As for the order of today's presentations, I'll begin by presenting an overview of the proposed 2024 capital budget. Next, I'll present the annual capital programs for Council's consideration and review, along with some upcoming capital projects that will come back to Council in 2024 and are outside of the current budget process. The 2024 capital budget request will be presented next by responsible directors. The directors presenting include Mr. Schaefer, Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering, Mr. Harder, Director of Information Technology, Mr. Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation Services, Mr. Gagnon, Director of Public Works, and Ms. Miller, Director of Utilities and Sustainability. Once the capital budget presentations and questions have concluded, I will then present an overview of the 10-year capital plan, and similarly, Council will have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions and or flag items specific to the 10-year capital plan. Council's formal approval of the 2024 capital budget was scheduled for December 12th, along with Council's approval of the 2024 operating budget. Regarding the 10-year capital plan, Council will perform an initial review of the plan during these budget meetings, and in accordance with the city's budget policy, will perform another review in June of next year prior to adoption. Before I begin my overview, I'd like to express my appreciation for the hard work and efforts of staff members that went into preparing the budget documents for these meetings. And I'd also like to take this opportunity just to remind everyone of the various sections within the 2024 capital budget document. Section 1 includes the 2024 capital budget in brief, along with breakdowns of the capital budget by asset categories and funding sources. Section 2 includes the proposed 2024 capital budget requests, and Section 3 includes information on the 10-year capital plan. There are also links available to relevant financial policies, priority-based budgeting, and other supporting information. And just one final reminder, meetings are scheduled from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m., and we'll be breaking for lunch, and other breaks may be called as needed. Municipal infrastructure is essential for providing services which are critical to the everyday lives of citizens. Services such as safe roads, clean drinking water, fire protection, and municipal enforcement would not be possible without capital assets that function properly and are well maintained. The city is committed to careful long-term planning and budgeting of its capital assets to meet the needs of a growing community while responsibly managing its finances. The capital plan is developed in accordance with the city's operating and capital budgets policy, FIN 24-C, and meets the requirements under the Municipal Government Act. The city's capital plan consists of two components, the proposed 2024 capital budget and the proposed 10-year capital plan. The capital budget establishes the city's capital requirements over the next 12 months. Its primary focus is to support critical infrastructure and equipment over the short term in order to maintain service levels. The 10-year capital plan, on the other hand, assesses the city's capital requirements over a longer time horizon. It extends 9 years beyond the capital budget and responds to the future needs of the community and addresses the future maintenance and replacement of aging assets. The city uses priority-based budgeting as a leading best practice for local governments to help prioritize spending. PBB provides the tools and framework necessary for prioritizing and evaluating options for both capital projects and operating programs to help inform resource allocation decisions. Capital projects within the 2024 capital budget and 10-year capital plan have been prioritized using PBB tools. Capital projects were scored relative to the city's established community and governance results and basic program attributes, and each were assigned a final score using a quartile system. Q1 and Q2 projects align most closely with the city's priorities and desired results, while Q3 and Q4 projects align the least. Further details on PBB scoring and other PBB information are accessible via links provided within the capital budget document. The proposed 2024 capital budget includes total spending of approximately $28.8 million, and by comparison, the 2023 approved capital budget totaled $28.9 million. Three major asset categories are represented. Engineering structures related to city projects represent the largest category at $20.4 million, or just over 70% of total proposed spending. Significant projects within this category include local road and neighborhood rehabilitation for $7.5 million, and the Veterans Way corridor widening and north pedestrian crossing projects for $8.8 million. The Veterans Way projects have been categorized as upcoming capital projects, which I'll be going into more detail a bit later on in my presentation. Approximately $6.4 million is planned to be spent on vehicles, machinery, and equipment. This includes $4.8 million for equipment replacements and $1.6 million for new equipment. And finally, buildings for $2 million includes proposed design work for the expansion of aquatics facilities at the Dow Centennial Center. For a detailed listing of proposed 2024 capital projects by asset category, along with the operating impacts for 2024 and 2025, please refer to page 1-23 in the capital budget document. The proposed 2024 capital budget is funded from a variety of sources. Municipal reserves account for $8.7 million, or approximately 30% of the total funding. This includes $4.1 million from the Utilities Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve, and the remaining $4.6 million from various municipal infrastructure and equipment reserves. The city has allocated $6.6 million in additional provincial funding towards the Veterans Way Corridor Widening Phase 1 and North Pedestrian Crossing projects. Total project costs are $8.8 million, leaving $2.2 million currently unfunded. Grant funding of $5.7 million includes capital grants of approximately $2.3 million from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or MSI, and Local Government Fiscal Framework, LGFF, and $3.4 million from the Canada Community Building Fund. The LGFF is set to replace the MSI program in 2024-25, but the city will still be able to fully utilize any unspent MSI funds carried forward. Grants are generally preferred over other municipal funding sources, given their reduced impact on taxpayers. The city optimizes the use of grants annually to ensure they're being fully utilized and that they comply with all provincial and/or federal requirements. Annual capital funding of $3.3 million represents approved ongoing allocations from operations, which are used to fund annual capital programs and small-scale projects that do not qualify for capital grants. Funding is provided by operations, which may include municipal taxes, user fees and charge, fines and penalties, etc. The proposed 2024 capital budget includes short-term borrowing of $2 million for the aquatics planning and construction project. And finally, trade-in values and proceeds on disposal of approximately $256,000. For more information on each of these capital funding sources, please refer to Section 1, pages 4 through 8 in the capital budget document. Also, a detailed listing of capital projects by funding source can be found on page 1-24. This concludes my overview of the proposed 2024 capital budget. Before moving on to the next phase of the presentation, I'll define the three main project types that are within the 2024 capital budget. So annual capital programs, of which there are 8 in total, provide for the ongoing maintenance or replacement of aging infrastructure and equipment. These are ongoing programs that are necessary to meet current standards, maintain asset quality, and/or to ensure asset functionality. In addition, there are 3 upcoming capital projects that have previously received funding and will be returning to Council in 2024 for the next phase of approval before proceeding, and 9 capital budget requests. These represent the new infrastructure, technology, and equipment needed for service delivery. Starting with annual capital programs for Council's review and consideration. Detailed information on each of these programs can be found in Section 1, pages 10 through 19. As a reminder, Council is free to ask administration clarifying questions at the end of each presentation slide, and directors responsible for each of these capital projects are here to assist. So starting with Project 19018, the sump pump retrofit program for $600,000. This is a continuation of the sump pump retrofit program, which began in 2017 and involves the connection of residential sump pumps with the city's underground stormwater system. The 2024 program will complete work on Catalina Court and is to be funded from annual capital funding. A map of the planned work can be found on page 1-11. Project 24100, local road rehabilitation for $2.8 million. This is an ongoing annual program that maintains the city's roadways to ensure safety and proper functioning as part of the annual pavement management program. The program is funded by approximately $1.5 million from the Canada Community Building Fund, approximately $635,000 from MSI, LGFF grants, and $624,000 from annual capital funding. For 2024, the program will see an incremental increase of $350,000 in annual capital funding, with $300,000 allocated to reduce the capital grant portion and $50,000 for inflation. 2024 will mark the second year of a proposed 5-year plan to reduce the capital grant portion of funding related to this annual capital program. Project 24200, neighborhood rehabilitation for $4,745,000. This is another ongoing annual program that maintains neighborhood infrastructure, such as sidewalks, water lines, and sewer lines, to meet current standards and to ensure proper functioning. Scheduled work for 2024 includes Phase 3 of a multi-year project for Low Avenue, as well as design work for 102nd Street between 98th and 99th Avenues. The project is funded by approximately $3.1 million from the Utilities Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve and approximately $1.6 million from annual capital funding. For 2024, the program will see an incremental increase of $445,000, with $115,000 coming from annual capital funding and $330,000 from the Utilities Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve. Since 2023 was the last year of a proposed 5-year plan to reduce this program's reliance on capital grant funding, 2024 will be the first year capital grants are no longer utilized as a funding source. Project 24400, Fleet and Equipment Replacement for $2,409,200. This program sees the annual life cycle replacement of certain vehicle, fleet, and equipment. As part of the city's asset management program, fleet and equipment continually undergo condition assessments to evaluate the need for replacement. Ensuring that replacements occur at the optimal time reduces unnecessary maintenance costs and helps improve fuel economy. Some of the assets scheduled for replacement in 2024 include 4 light-duty vehicles, a medium-duty pickup truck, 2 skid steers, a grader, 2 tractors, 6 mowers, and 3 ice resurfacers. Funding for this project includes approximately $2.2 million from the Mobile Equipment and Vehicle Fleet Reserve and $256,000 from trade-in values and proceeds on disposal. Before I move on, does Council have any questions regarding these 4 annual capital programs?
So I guess just the question that I have, just so that we don't have duplication again, I thought the directors were going to come up and present each one of these. So just help me understand the process again. You're going through these, but if we have a question, the directors are coming up, or?
To your worship, that is correct. So these 4 are all under control by Mr. Schaefer. So the new budget request will be presented by the directors. The annual capital programs I will present, of which I have 4 more after this.
Okay, it seems a little confusing. Okay, we'll get into questions then on these ones. Councillor Kelly first.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. This is my 7th budget, and I still don't understand why we spend so much time allocating funding source down to the asset level. So, Jeremy, project, as an example, project 24200 neighborhood rehab. Funding sources, first paragraph, funding sources $1,000,006 in annual capital funding and $3,000,001 from the reserve. But the reserve has to be replenished. So does that not come from annual capital funding?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So the Utilities Infrastructure Reserve is funded through utility operations. In this case, it would be planned contributions, as well as any year-end surpluses or deficits go to that reserve as well.
But still comes from annual operations, yes, right? On an annual basis.
Yes, that's correct.
So really and truly, we're budgeting to generate $4,745,000 from utility operations in the current year to fund this project.
To your worship, that is somewhat correct. I mean, the reserve is past operations. So I wouldn't say current operations because those would be funding the reserve for next year. But you could look at it that the reserve is funded through operations, but it may not necessarily be next year's.
I just want to conclude this, and then I'll. It seems to me we're both hung up on semantics. The only generation for increases to reserves can be operations.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, clarifying questions.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. My first question is around the MSI funding. So you have said in your presentation that there's $2.2 million of unfunded, like when you're talking about the sources of funds, of funding sources for the capital projects. So is the 2.2 million you're referring to, is that both MSI and LGFF, or is that just LGFF? And then what's the balance if the MSI diff is not included? Because I know that I'd read something about us being able to roll over unspent MSI from 2019.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, Ms. Andruko will get you the balance in that MSI unfunded reserve, or the deferred revenue. Regard to your first question, it was in relation to the 2.2 unfunded, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So the 2.2 million unfunded relates to the Veterans Way projects. At this point, we have not established what funding source that will come from.
Okay.
That will come back to Council in 2024.
Okay, got it. Thank you. My other question is with the fleets and equipment replacements. So that's what I will go to Mr. Schaefer. I was just comparing our 2023 capital budgets with this, and I see that the trading values slash proceeds on disposal is about 30% of, you know, the value of the equipment. So I'm just going to round up the numbers here. So last year, we bought fleets and equipment of about 1.5 million, and the trading values was about 500,000. So that's about 30%. But I'm just looking at comparing this year, and you know, the trading values is just about 10%. And I'm just wondering why there's so much of a gap compared to, you know, this year versus last year in terms of the trading values.
Your worship, the Councillor Batoye. I think the biggest piece of that would be what equipment is being traded. Some we know we're going to get a better trade-in value than others. And it's just trying to be realistic.
So trying to be conservative this year.
Sorry, I missed that.
Not saying, are we trying to be conservative? Because those are really estimates. You're not sure where you're going to get.
She asked if you're just estimating.
Yes, it is an estimate of what we think we're going to get. We really don't know until we get to market.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just a short question on neighborhood rehab. Currently, 2024 is planned for Low Avenue. How many years left are there on Low Avenue? I would assume 2, based on what I've seen. And then where are we moving to?
That's correct.
Is that right? Yep. Okay. And then we're moving to, is it Sheridan after that?
Your worship, Councillor, they'll actually be moving towards downtown more. Okay. Towards the old fort areas.
Good to know. I was asked the questions by a few residents, so I thought I'd bring it up. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Question that I have. So you've got local roads, neighborhood rehab, and I understand those are annual, and I don't know if it's going to be you, Grant, or Mr. Fleming answering this. But all of a sudden, then in the new projects that we have, you throw in 2 more road projects, which is roundabouts and Legacy Park Road. So why would we not put those projects as part of either a local road rehab or a neighborhood rehab? Because it seems like we're just adding more money to roadway projects. So why don't we do that?
Worship, I'll take the first stab at the answer here. So specifically, and I'll start with 100th Avenue, the Legacy Park project. It was originally identified within the local road rehab program. The work required, though, was beyond what we typically do within the local road rehab. Within a local road rehab, we replace what's there. We take it to a current standard, but we replace what's there. Through Legacy Park, there for half of that roadway, there's no curb and gutter. Drainage doesn't work very well through there, so we're trying to solve those problems. So it was a project we felt was too big just for local road rehab by itself, and that's why we pulled it out as a separate.
So I guess my next question will be, when we get to that project, if council decides that it truly is a local road project, can council move the funding? Because you guys are just arbitrarily putting the funding sources.
Your worship, that would be, if that was the wish of council, that's what would happen. It would just shrink the other work that we do within road rehab.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like round two, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Just one more question. Just back to the LGFF fund. And so we have about, I'll say 2.7 million that's uncommitted of the grants. And I guess my question is, why aren't we using these funds for, things like the secondary source of water design and stuff like that? Wouldn't that qualify for that grants, that grants?
The MSI will.
Was my question clear?
No, sorry. My microphone.
Okay, so saying that we have an uncommitted balance.
Councillor Abatoye, can you hear Ms. Andruko?
I can, yes.
Okay, we'll let her answer.
So the MSI does qualify for the water project. The MSI LGFF has specific criteria as well. So we just have to be mindful of that. But yes, the water project, it does qualify.
Ms. Andruko,
all right, thank you.
Look that way when you're looking. I know it's hard not to look at the camera or the video, but when you're speaking, she's actually seeing you up here. Okay. Did you have a second one, Councillor Abatoye?
I'm good for now, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, Councillor Kelly and then Councillor Blizzard.
I thought from your comments that we were going to just go through the list, Mercatcher. Do you want us to buzz in?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. The sump pump retrofit program. Our current standards, if I recall correctly, because we talked about this a couple of years ago, are still not to connect new builds to the stormwater system. I'm wondering if you've given any thought to the new development areas where there's low-lying land and or high water table issues, and I know they exist out there, the farmers have told me they do, to actually in those areas making sure that the developers or the builders connect those homes immediately during construction rather than waiting for the city to bear the brunt of the cost much later down the road.
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, just to clarify, every new home has a connection to the storm sewer and has since 2013. They're connected, their sump pump is connected. What we don't connect are the roof leaders. Perfect.
I misunderstood. Thank you. So that problem theoretically then is looked after going forward.
That's correct, yes.
Marvelous. And I misunderstood. Thank you, Grant.
Okay.
Continue or not?
I'll go to Councillor Blizzard and then I'll come back to you. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, I guess I'll continue with that one. I also had a question. So there was an end date, right, with a sump pump retrofit? What was how long are we supposed to be doing that?
Your worship, the Councillor Blizzard. So originally it was a 10 to 12 year program to get all our priority 1 areas, which are basically Sienna. And then priority 2 and 3 would get us into South Point, and that was another 10 to 12 years. So it depends how far we go. We're going to be evaluating that this fall as we go through to see what the impacts we've done are. So I don't want to give a hard firm end date, and as well, it's a program that we haven't increased funding to. So we are falling behind on inflation a little bit, so we're doing a little bit less than we have at the start, but we are working through it.
Just an expensive program for what was really a mistake. And I just want to make sure we aren't going to have any more like this once we are done in 20 years, some years. And one more question. So the Veterans Way, and maybe it's just my memory, have the prices gone up, or are we basing it still on when we had it in our budget last year? Is it the same cost on there?
We worship the Councillor Blizzard. We did add an inflation factor for this year.
So is it quite a bit higher? Because I thought the total was a little over 5 million. Now it's over 8, but between the two, the corridor widening and the pedestrian underpass.
Your worship, the Councillor Blizzard, I want to say it was just over 8. for the two projects, and now it's about 8.8. So there's about
So it's gone up a bit.
5%, I think, is what we added.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on round two, I'll go to Councillor Noyen.
Just following up on Councillor Blizzard's question about sump pump. So 600,000 was listed in the 10-year capital plan for until 2033. If we're already falling behind, wouldn't it be prudent to adjust that number? I see that's been done in different programs in the 10-year capital plan, which is why I asked. Maybe why aren't we doing that?
Your Worship of Council, when we set the program up, we didn't. It was one of those things we were going to pick away at, I guess, more than go hard at. It was kind of the direction we went with, the direction we were given at the time. So it's not a program we've added to funding for. Just we'll do what we can with the money and then work our way through.
Okay, so that budget's capped. So how much right now are we completing, maybe percentage-wise? A ballpark, I know that's probably tough to guess, but compared to when we originally began the program?
Your Worship, Councillor, it's a little tough to estimate just because of the different areas we work in, but we're probably 10 to 20% fewer if it was apples to apples in terms of the same amount of work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so round three, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. The neighborhood rehab program. We're in a public meeting now, Mr. Fleming, so I'm going to ask the question one more time, if you'll bear with me. When can council expect to see the study on this particular program?
Through your worship, it's Mr. Schaefer is overseeing it, so I don't know if he's got the most current answer for that.
Okay.
But your Worship, Councillor Kelly, we're expecting to be able to present that to council in January or February.
Okay, it was my concern years ago, and they're heightened today, again, based on a recent email from Mr. Fleming, wherein he suggested that the annual budget should probably be something like $10 to $11 million and not 4.75. Do you have any feel for, based on what you've seen so far, what the total project cost is estimated to be at this juncture to complete?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, based on what I've seen so far in the report and where we're at with it, it looks like about 8 to 10 will be the number that we'll be coming back with, but it's still being revised as we speak, so I think it's in that range.
If you don't mind, it's my understanding that this report has been sent back to the consultant now a couple times, I think at least. Is there some sort of debate between administration and the consultant as to what the cost should be?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, not a debate at all, actually. It was a misinterpretation of the question. It was semantics between us, but there was two questions we asked. One was to do the program in 75 years, how much money do we need? And then the second was develop a detailed decision matrix and priority list for the next 10 years. So those were the two things we were going after. Through discussions, and we were talking about it earlier, they interpreted it differently. And so they started with, and I guess to back up, one of the reasons we explained it that way is we wanted to make sure we're going to have enough funding so we can get through the Old Fort area and Sheridan before we hit Pineview when it needs to be done. And so they interpreted it as, how much money do we need to spend to get through Old Fort and Sheridan within 10 years, rather than the 15 to 20 that's probably going to take to get to Pineview. So and then they were coming up with a budget to do that rather than the full program. So it was a misinterpretation of what we wanted, and we're trying to get that corrected, and that's where the delay has happened right now, is I have to go back and rework some of those numbers.
Okay, thank you. I still look forward to the study when we get it. Thanks, Grant.
Okay, thank you. I've got one last question on the fleet and equipment replacement. So I know you've got the annual here, but can you give me an indication of how long you're keeping your trucks, how long you're keeping your mowers? And I only ask this question because equipment nowadays, because of the cost, general public keep them much longer. And are we still keeping it to like a minimum time frame for turnaround?
Your Worship, we do have kind of a set schedule that we use as the basis, and then we evaluate as we get close to those specific pieces of equipment. So, for example, the light duty pickups or light duty vehicles, we'll start looking at replacement at 12 years. Medium duty, the heavier duty trucks are at 10 years. The graders are at 15 years, though we found that that's actually too long. We're having to do some major repairs in those last 3 to 5, so we're probably going to shorten that down to 10 to 12. So we do try and squeeze as much life as we can before we move on from them, trying to balance repair costs and then their availability. So that if it's always down for a 40-cent part, it still not a piece of equipment we can use.
Okay. Okay. All right. That looks like all the questions on those 4 for now. So we'll go on to the next ones.
Thank you, Your Worship. So moving on to project 20001, Protective Services Equipment Lifecycle Replacement, Phone Recording System for $70,200. Protective Services Phone Recording System, which is used to help RCMP and municipal enforcement with investigations, complaints, and court disclosures, was originally installed in 2015 and is no longer sufficient to handle the number of telephone lines required at the detachment. Further, the equipment will be rendered obsolete in 2024 when the RCMP transitions their phone system from analog to digital. A new digital recording system featuring the latest technology will be purchased to replace the old one. This will ensure more reliable and faster communication and compatibility with the RCMP equipment. The project is to be wholly funded from the Protective Services Equipment Lifecycle Reserve. Project 20047, DCC Equipment Lifecycle Replacement, Indoor Soccer Turf and Gymnasium Curtain Replacement for $175,000. The indoor soccer field turf at the DCC, comprising approximately 14,400 square feet, is due for life cycle replacement at a cost of $150,000. Complete replacement of the old turf and underlay is needed for safety reasons and to maintain the current service level offerings, including indoor soccer, seasonal sports training, dance, fitness programs, and other various drop-in opportunities. Also at the DCC, the original gymnasium curtain, along with the functioning apparatus needed to open and close it, is due for life cycle replacement at a cost of $25,000. The curtain is critical for allowing different services to run concurrently in the gymnasium. It measures approximately 30 feet high by 70 feet wide. Past repairs have included full replacement of the motor, safety straps, and fuses. And despite several maintenance calls this year, the curtain has been inoperable since August. Both projects are to be funded from the DCC Equipment Lifecycle Reserve. Project 22012, Fire Engine Lifecycle Replacement for $2 million. This project sees the replacement of a frontline fire engine pumper truck. The current fire engine is 21 years old, has failed its pump test for the last 2 years, and as a result has been operated as a training engine and is available only as a last resort. The National Fire Protection Association recommends a 15-year operational lifespan for frontline engines and 5 years as a backup, with full replacement at 20 years. The replacement fire engine will take advantage of newer technology, allowing for reduced maintenance costs and fuel consumption, as well as enable the fire department to respond to fires or to maintain an effective response to the community as per industry standards and best practices. The replacement fire engine will be funded from the Fire Equipment Lifecycle Reserve and will have an expected delivery date of late 2025 or early 2026. And Project 24300, Information Technology Equipment Lifecycle Replacement for $122,000. The city's information technology network infrastructure is the collection of physical and virtual resources that support the flow and processing of information between city facilities. Timely replacement of critical networking components, which are end-of-life cycle, helps safeguard the city's digital information from cyber threats and ensures proper function. For 2024, the Fire Hall, Harbor Pool, and City Hall core network and VMware switches will be replaced. These replacements will help support the growing online traffic for city operations, which have surpassed the current core switch capacity. The project is to be wholly funded from the IT Equipment Reserve. These are the last of the annual capital programs. Directors and I would be happy to answer any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on these ones? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Just let me find it. It's regarding the fire truck. When you say failed the pump test for the last 2 years, if you've not felt the need to replace the pump for 2 years or to remedy the situation with the pump for the 2 years, why should I think that a third fire truck is important?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So when we say the truck has failed the pump test, so annually we pump all of our fire trucks to the NFPA standard that we have, as well as so that we can say that our trucks meet the standard for going inside a building with our individuals to do an interior attack. So we pump to that standard. So when I say that is the truck has failed, so we did not meet the requirements of that test for that truck to continue. So we just recently pumped it again last week. It failed again. When we look at a truck at this age, as well as the pump, we have to bring it up to 2023 standards. So the whole truck would have to go through the new standards for 2023 instead of where it was 21 years ago. So it's not just the pump. Yes, that's one component of it, but it's also that it's at the 21-year mark. So we'd be looking at like the lighting systems. We'd be looking at the motor. We'd be looking at all these other components through that to meet that standard. So the fail of the pump test is the major piece for us when we go inside to do an interior attack. But that's kind of how we've broken it out for this, and that we're at the 21-year mark.
Thank you. So the pump works. It's maybe lost some of its capacity. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. It's lost quite a bit of its capacity, yes.
And if you have, which gets me back to my point though, if it's important, why hasn't that been repaired?
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So right now we've been using that truck more of a training truck and a backup truck or a third due. Recently moving to having the two trucks in the department. This will give us the ability to have a backup for each, as well as so when our paid on calls and casuals are coming in for a response, they also have a vehicle to respond in. Should we not have this vehicle as well, then if we have a mechanical issue or annual pump testing or maintenance being done, we would move our current reserve up. We'd have no other trucks for our casuals to respond to a fire scene with.
I understand that. Mayor Katcher, I'm going to request that this item be flagged, please.
Okay, I'll just ask. And Councillor Abatoya, I've got you on, so you can either give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I'm just looking for consensus. Does anybody disagree? No? Okay, so that one can be flagged. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to Councillor Macon.
Thank you. It was just a question about the soccer pitch. I know that in some of the other requests that are on here, it talks about kind of dates that they expect that equipment to come in. Do we foresee any challenges getting the turf and the curtain to come in a timely manner where it can go in optimally between seasons?
Through your worship, Councillor Macon, I don't think, I wouldn't guarantee it, but we are not hearing that should be a significant issue. The biggest one would be on the curtain just because of its current inoperability, whereas the turf, if we have a little flexibility. Like we're obviously not going to take it out until we have the current turf, until we know when the new stuff's coming in.
Okay.
So we have some more flexibility there.
That was my only question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
For you again. So on the curtain, there's two curtains there, right? Is the one at the far end too? Is that not, isn't there? Or is that a solid wall? I thought we had another heavier duty curtain. Maybe it was changed.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, no, there's one in the middle of the gymnasium that splits it, and it is a solid wall. Basically, it's the flex room on the other side.
Oh, the flex room has a solid. Didn't it used to have a curtain? Maybe I remember wrong. Anyways, okay, sorry. That's fine.
I'm told that we used to have one.
Okay. I guess I don't go in there often.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. My question is a finance question. And the question is, why do we not have an operating impact for the protective and DAO equipment replacements for 25? I know we usually wouldn't have any operating impacts for in the year that the equipment is purchased. So why is it not showing the value is going to cost us for 25? And I'm just gonna say follow-up question on why I'm asking these questions, because I also noticed from the previous year's capital budget that there were some items that didn't show the operating impacts for the next following year, but I see that they are showing operating impacts for this year, and I wonder what kind of impact that has on our operating budgets, right? If we're not showing it right now.
She's asking about the operating impacts.
I can repeat my question if she didn't hear it.
I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
Because these items are already established, we already have operating impacts within our operating budget. Should the cost come in more than what we're projecting in the future, you may see a bit of an increase to transfer to reserve. But because these, we feel that we are able to cover within the reserve, there should not be any operating impact to these projects.
Okay, so because we have an ongoing transfer into reserves for this equipment already, and so inflation doesn't affect these equipments?
It does, and so we're looking at that through the operating budget right now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, quick questions, kind of yes or no. I think for Mr. Babiak, and realizing it might be for Mr. Eamon though. Is there any allocation in capital allowance within the proceed disposal trade-in value for the turf in the DCC? So because we don't have a breakdown, I think it's $250,000 or something like that. Is that something that we sell again?
Through your worship, Councillor Nguyen, no, I don't believe there would be, because of the state of the turf, essentially, there would not be any interest in it unless we could find more like someone who would buy it, not for professional or dedicated rec space. So no, unfortunately, we don't think there's any value there for that.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, that looks like all the questions. Okay, so we'll move on.
Thank you, Your Worship. So before directors present their capital budget requests, I would just like to highlight 3 upcoming capital projects that will be returning to Council in 2024 for approval prior to starting construction. These are projects that have previously received funding to undertake planning or design work, and more information on these projects is provided in Section 1, pages 20 through 22. Projects 19009 and 21012, the Veterans Way Corridor Widening Phase 1 and North Pedestrian Crossing projects at a total cost of $8.8 million will be returning to Council in early 2024 with updated information necessary to finalize sources of funding. More specifically, to determine the City's contribution to the projects, which is contingent upon receiving funding support from other levels of government. Administration has engaged external organizations to support promotion of the projects with other levels of government. Although the conversations are still ongoing, $6.6 million has been allocated as additional provincial funding, resulting in a funding gap of $2.2 million. The City is anticipating receiving status updates from the province in early 2024 regarding this additional funding. If the additional provincial funding is secured, then administration will bring forward the Veterans Way projects back to Council in 2024 with recommendations to address the funding shortfall and for moving the project forward. Project 23011, secondary water source, at a total estimated cost of $25 million, will be brought forward by administration to Council in 2024 with a funding request to undertake design of the new supply line at a cost of $1 million to be funded from the Utilities, Infrastructure, and Equipment Reserve. Completion of the previously approved functional planning study will be completed fourth quarter 2023 and will provide a Class 4 or better estimate for this project. It is anticipated that the remaining project costs will be funded through debt. Are there any questions of Council regarding these upcoming capital projects?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open these ones up for questions. I've got the first one. So I'll just confirm once again, if the provincial government does not come through with funding, then these will not be brought forward.
Your worship, that's the way that we're dealing with it at this point, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Perhaps an insignificant question, but I think it's meaningful. Why do we refer to the water line as a secondary water line as opposed to a new water line?
Your worship, I can take that one. I would say it's lingering language from when this project started.
And I agree with that observation. I just think, though, that it's misleading to suggest that it's a secondary water line when it's intended to be the primary water line. And I'd like to encourage us to start think about it that way. Thank
Mr.
you.
Fleming, did you want to, your light's on?
Yeah, through your worship, I think some of the reason behind the secondary word is that it doesn't, we don't want to preclude the idea that perhaps we could continue to draw water from the commission on a long-term basis as a redundancy, for the sake of redundancy. So the implication here is that we have a water source and this would add a second water source. But how much you draw from each pipe would be determined.
I understand that. Thank you, Troy. The design is for a line that would feed all of Fort Saskatchewan into a reasonable period of time into the future. That's what we're looking at, is it not?
To your worship, that would be the intent. Yes.
So it would be a new primary line, and we would think about whether or not we needed a secondary after that.
To your worship, that would be fair as well. I think both are correct.
You understand my concern, though?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it looks like that's it on those ones. Does council want a 5-minute break before we get into the new ones, or is there still?
To your worship, we go right into the new budget requests.
You want a 5-minute break? So let's just take 10 after, so that'll be 7 minutes. We'll take a recess. Okay, we will resume the meeting so we can carry on, starting with the new capital request.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll now invite Mr. Shaper to present the first 2024 capital budget request.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. My name is Grant Schaefer. I'm Director of Fleet Facilities Engineering. I'll be presenting the first 4 capital projects. First up is Project 23002, Traffic Calming Implementation. This project was originally approved in 2023 as the construction of 1 roundabout on West Park Drive at Woodbridge Link, with a second roundabout planned to be constructed in 2024 on 95A Avenue at West Parkway. Originally, these roadways were identified during traffic and speed data collection as areas where speeds are consistently more than 5 kilometers per hour above this posted speed limit. Conceptual plans were developed and included in a 2019 traffic survey, with 59% of respondents in support of implementing roundabouts along these roadways. The conceptual plans were used to create the original budget estimates and were based on surface works only. During detailed design, the original budgets for these projects, estimated at $300,000 each, were found to be insufficient. Moving underground infrastructure was not anticipated in the conceptual estimates. The movement of storm catch basins and shallow utilities is required to accommodate the larger turning radii required for the passage of fire trucks and buses. The revised Class 2 estimate for the 2 roundabouts is $1.7 million. This moves the projects into the major project approval process, requiring a construction budget approval to move forward. The already approved $300,000 is subtracted from the total estimate, resulting in a budget request of $1.4 million. If approved, both roundabouts would be constructed in 2024. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this.
Okay, questions on the roundabouts? Councillor Macon.
Thank you. So my question on these projects is, reading the report, it talks about, the efficiencies that come with doing the projects at the same time. But I'm just curious about the reality of doing those 2 major projects at the same time for the people who would live and drive through those areas. Because it sounds like if you're touching underground infrastructure, these are going to be major closures of these areas. So I'm just curious of how we go through 2 of them at the same time in that area.
Your Worship, the Council Macon, there is definitely more work and there'll be more impact with them. However, they are separated by quite a distance within the neighborhoods. I don't.
Do you call that quite a distance, though, Mr. Schaefer? We drive through that area all the time. I don't know. Like if you're kind of cut off on 2 different areas, right?
They are, but I think, and this is I guess, anecdotal rather than something I could say that we've done the study on. But from a commuting pattern, people from the further west or south would go out to the highway sooner than rather come back up through 95A Avenue. So I think for the vast majority of people, they would only hit one of the construction zones rather than going through both in the same trip.
What is the road that comes in between Friesen Brothers and Salmouth at 95?
That's West Park Boulevard.
So would you think that for both of those projects, and I'm assuming those intersections are pretty much closed, that a lot of traffic is going to be pushed through for all of that area through that one area?
Your Worship, the Councillor Macon, the intent would be that we'd be able to keep the major roads open, so 95A Avenue as well as West Park Drive would be able to open to traffic at all times. Some of the turning movements might be restricted, depending on what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to look back at the design for traffic calming. Are there 3 or 4 roundabouts planned for this entire corridor? I think something like that.
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, in the original traffic calming study and the one that went out to the public, there was multiple along the roadways. We were going to do these ones first, see how they impacted to decide if any more would be required. And that was some of the feedback we received through the survey, is that people were in support of the roundabouts. They didn't want to see multiple roundabouts along those roadways.
Right. So the increase in budget, is that going to affect the long-term plan for traffic calming in this area? I mean, I guess if it's needed, it's needed, but that's something that is that going to be projected for 4 years from now to reassess that, or what's the timeline for looking at it again?
Your Worship, the Council Nguyen, so typically when we implement traffic calming, we have a a 2-year kind of, I won't call it a moratorium, but we don't want to do anything for 2 years. We want to establish what the new baselines are before we decide if anything else needs to be done. So that's what we would do, is after 2 years, we'd go back. We'd continually monitor as we go, but 2 years after is when we'd really take a hard look to see if we accomplished what we wanted to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I noticed, Grant, the small results from, or the summarized results from some surveys on whether or not we want a traffic circle. I don't think you're ever going to get a vote that says we want a traffic circle. Having said that, why wouldn't these types of things be built immediately when the area is being developed? In other words, we know if the development's going to happen. We can project the population of when it's built out. We can project, presumably, the traffic flows. So why aren't we building these things then, rather than passing the cost on to the city budget decades later?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, that is our intent going forward, is in the new areas we have planned at these types of intersections to have roundabouts or more traffic control, whether depending on what it is. And then going back 20, 25 years when these roads were developed, in some cases, it really wasn't the standard at that time. Roundabouts are fairly new in North America, I would say, at least within the smaller communities. And they've become much more commonplace now, more of a standard that people expect.
And I see the province has added traffic circles in rural areas on the smaller highways in some parts of Alberta. Is it your opinion that traffic circles are a safer option than either a stop sign or perhaps even a controlled intersection?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, they are, I believe, safer than a stop sign. The full traffic lights are probably the safest because you're actually stopping traffic then in each direction. So this is a compromise between moving traffic, so nobody really has to stop. You can yield in and continue on the circle, versus safety going all the way to lights.
In terms of traffic handling capability, are they more efficient than a controlled intersection?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, they're more efficient when the thresholds aren't met to go all the way to lights. So those intersections don't require lights, so to go that far would make them inefficient.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
And I do have questions, but I'm just going to comment. I like single lane traffic circles, but I find the double lane traffic circles are more of an issue because people that really don't operate them properly. But I'm happy the 95A one's going in. I do have some questions though. I'm first on 95A. They might be all 95A because I'm there all the time. So first of all, do we have the land on the north side? Or are we going to cut off part of because that's a smaller road on the north side that leads into the old West Park versus the going south?
Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, the roundabout and all the turning lanes fit within the right-of-ways. So we're not having to acquire any land, it all fits, yes.
Okay. Second, with that, on the south side, going into, I can't even remember what the neighborhood's called, I walk by the sign, but there's gardens where the signs are that are not taken care of at all. Maybe at that point, can they be looked at and maybe either remove them or make sure they are taken care of? Because they're very weedy. It's like the neighbors, whoever's there, I don't know if they're supposed to take care of them. But anyway, they don't look very nice.
Worship, Council, but it's something we can consider as we get into detailed design.
Okay, and I have one more.
Okay.
Same intersection. Are we going to do something or maybe give the 7-Eleven a heads up? Because I can see already, unless their entrance, which it shouldn't be blocked, people should still have access. But unless there's some kind of a sign, I can see that being used as a shortcut during construction. And that'll make that unsafe.
Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, it's something we'll have to take into account and try to figure out how we can give them access without having people cut through the lot, yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Thank you. So I have a similar question to that as Councillor Macon, having two of them in the same area. Why can't we do just one per year, spread them out? Because I have to agree with her. And you know where I live as well. I think there's going to be a lot of congestion. And
Your Worship, there's nothing saying we couldn't split them over years. What was just the plan that we've put forward is originally we were trying to do 1 in 24 and 1 in 25, or 23 and 24. Sorry, due to budget issues, we've come back and we're looking to do them both in 24.
so I guess the question of council, does anybody object to having this flagged? And I only ask that because if they were planning on doing it over 2 years, to avoid congestion, why would we not consider it over 24 and 25? So I'm just asking, we're not debating anything, so I'm just saying if there's not consensus, I can put a motion on to have it flagged and then we can debate. So I'm assuming there's not consensus? No, I think we need to do it. Okay, well then, let's see. Councillor Abatoye, you're deputy mayor, but you can't see who's got hands up. So I'll turn the chair over to our deputy mayor who can see the... so I'm going to put a motion on that this item be flagged to determine if we want it completed over 2 years. So,
You putting your hands up?
well, Councillor Harris has. I can push the buttons for you, but you can acknowledge them. Put your button. It's complicated.
I don't know what I'm looking for. Who's objecting?
You're acknowledging Councillor Harris on the motion.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to flag this item. So if you are okay with flagging this item, I guess put your hand. Oh, on discussion and debate. If we can flag it though, or we're discussing it now. No, we're flagging. Sorry, haven't been chair before. So is everyone okay with flagging this item?
I'm not.
You're not. You want to talk about this?
Sorry. The reason that I'm not is because I think that there is some utility in doing them together. I do not agree that it's going to cause a problem with traffic flow in that area. And I think our administration is basically supporting that in that context. They can be done to achieve economies of scale, and I think ultimately both of the intersections should be done. And the one on West Park Boulevard or West Park Drive should have been done this year, but obviously they ran into problems with the design. So I would keep them both in the budget and go forward on that basis.
Okay, but you'll move them.
So I'm not in favor of flagging.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have Councillor Kelly.
Excuse me. Yes, Grant, could you please put up the slide that shows the map of both areas? In our materials, we only got one of those maps, and I was unclear where the other one was. And then I'm going to ask council to bear with me for 1 second until I pull up a map of the city of Fort Saskatchewan so I can look at this thing. So we're talking, give me the location of both of those if possible, please.
The first would be West Park Drive at Woodridge Link on the east end of Woodridge Link.
Got it. Okay. And
the second one is 95A Avenue at West Parkway, right at the 7-Eleven corner.
Yeah, so we're not debating the decision on this. We're only debating whether it should be flagged.
I got that, but I still have the mic. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So really and truly, there's quite a separation there. There's multiple ways out of that area, at least two for everybody that lives there, correct?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Noyan.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question: should this be approved? Would council see kind of a construction plan before proceeding with it? As in, concerns would be that have been brought here today would be addressed and told to council before before putting it out to tender, I guess.
Your worship, the council, no, and typically once it's approved, we go forward. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Abatoye for discussion and debate.
Yes, thank you.
On the flagging.
I actually support this being flagged because of the concerns that have been laid out already, because I think that there might be issues. So it'll be nice if administration can come forward with what kind of opportunities we have if we went forward with these projects and what kind of threats it could cause. So for that reason, I support the flag. I think it's something we can look at and decide if it's a good idea to go forward with doing the projects together in 1 year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Macon?
I'm going to support the flag for more discussion and debate on this. I'm not saying that I'm completely against doing them at the same time. I do just know for a fact that once those two start getting constructed, social media is going to get lit up. We're going to get tons of calls. People are not going to be happy. And I guarantee it. So I would like to have a better understanding and more discussion on these projects for sure. Thanks.
I see no more discussion and debate questions. So we'll call. Sorry, Councillor Mayor Ketcher.
On close.
You're on close. Okay.
Okay. So all I'm asking is this to be flagged so that we can have a discussion and debate on it, because we're not debating the merits of it. We're just debating that we want to have more discussion on it. And that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll call the vote by a show of hands.
No.
We're actually going to conduct the vote through eScribe, just as per normal.
Okay. Wait, I see it now. I didn't see it coming up. Okay, if you can cast your votes.
We just require Councillor Harris's vote.
That's carried 6-1.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the chair back. Thank you very much. That's putting you in trial by fire. Well, okay, so that one is flagged. All right, we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next project is Project 24004. This is a fleet edition of a hydraulic lift trailer. This project will purchase a hydraulically controlled trailer to transport lifts between buildings. The lifts used are to allow access to the high ceilings in the arenas, harbor pool, and building atriums, as well as exterior trim along the outside of buildings. The lifts have a very low ground clearance, so cannot be transported with any existing city equipment. To move the lifts from site to site, we've been relying on towing companies, which we contract to move the equipment. Over the past few years, these companies have not always been available when needed. If they are busy with emergency calls, the moves are bumped, requiring rescheduling of work and delays in repairs. These delays can be an issue, especially when the lifts are required to address emergent issues. For example, if lights are required to be changed or repaired in harbor pool and other arena areas where insufficient lighting could be a safety concern, that concern could impact the operation of the facilities. The trailer has a hydraulic floor that lowers to the ground along the lifts to drive onto the trailer for transport. The cost of the trailer is $28,000. And the project would include a $450 operating impact in 2024 for insurance and maintenance, and an additional $2,800 per year in 2025 for life cycle replacement. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on the hydraulic lift? Okay, not seeing any. We'll move on.
The next project is Project 24011, 100th Avenue road enhancements through Legacy Park. Through the roadway assessment program as part of the road rehabilitation program, 100th Avenue through Legacy Park was identified as requiring reconstruction in 2020. Because of the extensive nature of the reconstruction of the project, the reconstruction, the project was delayed and internal design work was completed to address the service and grading issues along its length. In the early 2000s, a plan was developed to reconstruct the roadway by adding curb and gutter, as well as enhancing sidewalk and pedestrian connectivity. This plan was resurrected and updated to address the current needs of the site. Working with Culture and Recreation, the plan includes additional pedestrian crossings and enhanced pedestrian access to the site. The scope of work will include replacement, installation, and regrading of curb along 100th Avenue, repair and replacement where required of sidewalks. As well, work will include the replacement of the concrete and roadway in the vehicle loop in front of the warden's house. In order to address drainage issues, the grade of the roadway will change by up to 300 millimeters. This requires extensive restoration work to match the new roadway grade with the surrounding areas. Work would begin after Canada Day and will continue throughout the summer. This will cause interruptions to access as the parking lot between the warden's house and Old Fort will be inaccessible. A signage plan will be developed in consultation with Culture and Recreation to direct visitors around the construction and towards the amenities in the area. The project budget is $1.1 million.
Okay, we'll go for questions. Councillor Harris.
So the speed limit on 100th Avenue through that area is 30K, correct?
That's correct.
We would intend to keep it at that.
Yes.
Have we ever considered doing anything where the old arena used to be at that intersection? There's a three-way stop right now. Had we looked at modifying that and moving away from a three-way stop? Because people drive through there anyways.
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, it's not something we've considered to date. I haven't personally seen an issue there, so.
Okay, so no, I'm just curious if we've looked at it from a warrant standpoint in terms of whether the three-way stop is actually achieving it. So when we do this construction, that's kind of why I raise it right now. So.
Okay. Your Worship, we've reevaluated the warrants on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, with this disrupting the traffic flow, this will be done in 1 year, though, even if we start after Canada Day?
Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Grant, I think you said there's no storm sewer there, and to get rid of the water, we're going to increase elevation by 300 millimeters, 30 centimeters. I assume then that we're simply pushing the water out to 101st Street or someplace else?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, that's correct. It would go to 101st and to 100th. Okay. There's catch basins at both ends.
Because the speed limit's only 30, is it critical that we even worry about this? How critical is this?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, so the roadway was identified as not meeting our quality standards. I'll put it that way through the local road rehab. So now we're trying to address the issues of the roadway. We do have a lot of standing water in that area, which becomes an issue, especially if there's events going on and people trying to walk. The water doesn't drain away, so it does sit for several days, creating wet areas and mud. So it's an area it's a project to enhance the roadway, make it function the way it's supposed to, and deal with the existing issues we have, which in our crumbling roadway on half of it, the loop within the warden's house as well is in need of repair. So we're just trying to address multiple issues within the.
I understand. Thank you, Grant.
Okay, thank you. So once again, my question, it's in a neighborhood. Why are we not using neighborhood rehab then?
Your Worship, so we typically with local road rehab, I'll start with that one. Local road rehab replaces like for like. So we don't typically add new within the program. This adds a significant portion of curb and gutter to the area, as well as sidewalk repairs that typically aren't done through local road rehab. The neighborhood rehab is a split between utility funding and tax funding. So the utility funding is for the underground infrastructure, and there is no underground infrastructure in this area, so we don't feel it fits to that program directly. And then putting it within local road rehab would take about 40% of a year's budget to do that work.
Okay, so I guess then my second question, so who's choosing, is it council's policy or is it council that sets out each of those parameters, or is the splitting hairs to say, well, it doesn't fit, we'll just throw it to ask for more money? Like, just help me understand. Did council set the parameters for neighborhood rehab, for local rehab, or did administration?
Your worship, I'm not sure I could answer that going back historically, but that's our understanding of the programs is what
Mr. Fleming, do you have any?
To your worship, it's a good question, and I'm kind of scrambling here to see if we've ever actually defined the parameters for those programs in writing anywhere. We may not have. They've just existed for so long, they've just been taken as is, but I would have to probably do a little bit of digging to see if there's ever been sort of, call it policy direction around those programs.
Okay, so that's just my last question. Should we be having that discussion with council and administration to come up to determine, you know, where we see this? Because we have 2 extra projects on that. So just my question, should we be having that discussion so that we're on the same page?
Yes, through your worship, I would say if you're comfortable, let me take that one away and research it for the sake of this budget. I mean, really what we've done is a recommendation. I think the desire from our engineering folks was not to take up so much of the road rehab program with sort of these single projects. I think we just felt it would be too disruptive. We'd be playing catch up. I really don't like getting behind, especially with road rehab, because the catch up that you have to play down the road can come back to get you. So the recommendation, it's just simply a recommendation, is to do these ones outside of the programs. But if it is the decision of council to fold them within, we could do that, and we would just have to adjust the probably road rehab program accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Councillor, we're going on to round 2. Councillor Blizzard, questions?
Yeah, with Councillor Kelly's question, I have a question. With raising the roads, we're not touching the parking lots, right?
Your worship, Councillor Blizzard, we have to make some probably adjustments at the entrances from the roads to the parking lot, but not going back within, no.
Right. So if we're going to raise the road, are we looking at making sure the water doesn't just drain into the parking lots or from the parking lot into a low spot? Because I know there's definitely one near the band shell. And then we don't have it on the road, but we've got a big lake on Canada Day or whatever festivities. Or can we put something in to make sure that doesn't happen?
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, the intent is everything will drain out to the road and then down to the catch basins.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, questions?
Yes, thank you. If this work is necessary, if we were to take the 1.1 million, I think the number is, out of neighborhood rehab or out of the road annual maintenance budget for road work, then those projects would suffer and we would just slow them down. Is that correct?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harris, questions?
So obviously the clarification question that I've got is the neighborhood rehabilitation program effectively deals with people where there's people living, where there are residences. This has no residences in this area. I think there might be a parsonage there or something like that. But is that not the substantial difference between this as a capital project that needs to be done because of the problems engineering has identified, as opposed to doing it within, as the mayor is suggesting, neighborhood rehabilitation, which I don't agree with?
Your worship, to Councillor Harris, so neighborhood rehabilitation is more focused on the undergrounds. So whether there's people living there or not, it may be used even if there aren't, because you have underground services that service a neighborhood somehow.
So, but wouldn't that be typically? Yeah, I realize you're suggesting that it's in-ground utilities, But typically, these are in areas, are they not, where we're trying to deal with an improvement to the infrastructure in residential areas as opposed to other areas?
Your worship, the councillor, typically it's been residential and commercial areas, yes.
Yeah, and I think that, and so my question is that not the litmus test?
Your worship, the councillor Harris, it's not completely that, I guess is what I want to say. It is, but it's more to do with if there's a trunk line that services an area, we would replace that trunk line under a neighborhood rehab, even if it's not directly servicing a resident. So that would be the flavor I'd want to put on that.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I've got one other question. So back in about 2000, I don't know if anybody was actually here, year 2000, most of them. So this project, 100th Avenue, was part of our capital project way back then. It included new roads, sidewalks, street lights, everything. So are you doing the street lights? Are you doing a complete revamp? Or is this just curb and gutter and some paving? Because the project, I guess if the project came through in 2000 and included more of a upgrade to everything, then are you doing the same project that was in 2000?
Worship, it is very similar to that project. We will be reviewing the street lighting to see what meets standard and what doesn't, and if the poles or the lights need to be upgraded, we would do that at the same time.
Okay. Round 3, Councillor Harris.
Can I answer that question?
No.
You asked a question. Can I answer the question?
You and I are two the only ones that were around back then. Okay, you answer the question. Okay. We'll set you over there.
All we did at that point in time is we extended the sidewalk to where the three-way stop is. We did that, and we did some minor curbing and gutter and some pavement. That's all that was done. I don't recall anything about street lighting. I think that was done at a subsequent time.
No, that was the project back in 2000 that was put forward that didn't go forward. Just FYI, it's just history. It's okay, I keep history on everything. So, okay, we're good.
The final project I'll be presenting is Project 24014, Project Portfolio Management Software Replacement. Originally implemented in 2017, the current project portfolio management software will no longer be supported in mid-2024. The software is used to track the financial information for capital projects. This includes budgets, commitments, anticipated commitments, expenses, and invoice approval routing. With the software no longer being supported, no software patches or technical support will be available should issues arise. As well, the old software will not run on current operating systems, meaning the server must remain on an older, unsupported operating system that no longer receives security patches, potentially creating IT security risks. This project will source a replacement or upgraded software package to continue supporting project management functions. This is a $125,000 project with a $10,000 ongoing operating impact in 2024 for ongoing licensing and support, as well as a $12,500 impact in 2025 for future replacement and upgrading.
I'm going to take the first question on this one. So if this was put in 2017, why was there not a contribution to reserve? This one seems out of context for what our policy was.
Your worship, you're correct. It is out of sync with what the policy is. I'm not sure at that time why we didn't include it in that reserve.
Okay. That's my question. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. It's been my experience as of the last 15 or 20 years that software is leased, not owned. And when you lease or buy the license, pay the annual fee for the license, or steady upgrades, that's part of the deal. Did we actually own this software or did we license it?
At that time, your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, it was a purchase of the license. There was a purchase of the software with the license and ongoing support. It didn't include the biggest part of the 125 is the data transfer and taking our existing data, getting into the new system, and then the customizations that are required within to be able to follow our routing.
So we're comfortable thinking that this software is going to be around longer than 5 or 6 years before we make the jump?
In this case, Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, it's a change to that lease model, as you say. But there are still the major upgrade portions that happen with at the 5 to 7 year windows.
Okay, and just to reiterate or confirm, the lion's share of the budget number is the conversion costs to get the new software functional.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looks like all on that one. Okay, go on.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. I'm Trevor Harder, Director of Information Technology, and I am here to present 2 capital budget requests. And I will just make note that I was here in 2000, but I don't remember that particular plan. So there was 3 of us. The first request, 24013 citywide security camera upgrades. You'll find it 216 of the capital budget document. This request is for the installation of cameras at West River's Edge, Legacy Park, CN Station, Fort Heritage Precinct, Price Alderson Park, and the boat launch. Also included as part of this request is the upgrade to the camera system within the DCC to integrate the main citywide camera system centralized here at City Hall. Although we realize there are other facilities with the same concerns of vandalism, these 5 locations were marked as the highest priority in relation to incident data supplied by the municipal enforcement and RCMP. The camera system is scalable and designed for expansion, so cameras can easily be added to other facilities in the future, including bridge decks and overpasses. Approximately 2/3 of the project cost is for civil construction of conduit installation to get fiber to the prioritized locations. Other departments with a vested interest in the project include facilities and recreation to help control and reduce vandalism, as well as municipal enforcement and the RCMP for the safety and security of residents and assist with investigations. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We have a full lineup. Councillor Harris, your first questions.
Mr. Harder, the state of technology for this stuff is evolving constantly. Is that fair to say?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, yes, it's always, technology is always evolving.
So my concern is, and I'm not against this, but my concern is that whenever I see something on television, for example, when they've got an image that was taken on a security camera, they're always very unclear and you can't get enough detail to really do anything about it. Oh yeah, there was a guy walking. Oh yeah, there was a car there. So my question is, will we have enough acuity in the clarity of these cameras to be able to actually get something useful? Like at the boat launch, we're going to put them down there. There are people that are drifting in that parking lot. Would we be able to use the camera to capture an image of the back of somebody's license plate to actually get a license plate image with this technology, or is it just a kind of nice to have?
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris, depending on the location of the cameras, every camera will be different. So, for example, at the boat launch, the camera there is probably going to cost a little more, but it's going to be used for low light. It'll be good for low light to get that the clear images that we're looking for. So I guess to answer your question, yes, these cameras they'll be able to give images and take pictures of license plates and give you all the information that you need, and they'll be clear.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's my primary concern in this regard. So thank you for that response.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. My question is on with the equipment that you're looking at, is it a live feed system where someone can log in and watch these areas live, or is it a system where you have to pull footage out of the back end?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, it's both. It's all the live recording, so you can go into at any time and look at cameras and see the live recording. But it's recording in the background too. So if you have to go back and pull footage, you can go back to any point in time. Depending on what the capacity is and how many cameras you have for our system, we can go back about a month to 2 months. I believe it's about 6 weeks right now.
Okay, and then I guess who do we see as having access to that system in real time? And I guess where my question is would the RCMP be able to log in and see that in real time?
Through your worship, Councillor Macon, we actually do have a policy. I forget the exact name of it, but it's all done through Ledge Services. So any requests for footage go through Ledge Services, and then they release it. So the RCMP, if they have a request for footage, they'll make it through Ledge, and then the footage is released. They have access. There's certain people that are authorized that have access to the footage. So Andrew Mr. Kaiser can probably tell you more if you need more information there.
Mr. Kaiser?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Macon, was your question regarding who's viewing the footage live at that moment?
Yeah, I guess where I was going with it is that for a system like this, and I would think that, for the most efficient use of it, it would be nice if that data was actually accessible in real time. Like you get a call saying there's issues at the boat launch. Could somebody, could a member log in and be able to see, or is our privacy settings so high that even our RCMP aren't able to access that information?
I'm not sure what it would take. Thank you for the question through your worship to Councillor Macon. I'm not sure what it would take to get the RCMP real-time access to our software, but as of right now, the video surveillance policy, it's really under the FOIP program. So we get requests at a later date for an event that occurred a few days ago.
Right.
We don't really have the capacity to do live video monitoring. The functionality is there, but we don't have staff dedicated. And again, the RCMP tie-in, I'm not really sure how that would how that would work with that software. It's possible in theory.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for your presentation. I'm also not against cameras, but I also wonder, do they work? Do we get the right footage? And can they save us money? If someone hits a bridge and we can find out who, which has happened, who did it, does that actually end up saving money in some regards, maybe with insurance or?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, that is one of the reasons that we want to put up the security cameras. There's a lot of vandalism at different facilities, and we're hoping with the cameras it's not just to necessarily catch the people, but it's a deterrent as well that'll lower the costs on vandalism.
Well, that was going to be my next question. A lot of this too, will we let people know there are cameras? Because that would be the deterrent. If there's cameras, that maybe they will avoid some of these areas. Hopefully, all areas.
Your worship, that's correct. Yeah, the cameras will be there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next. So my question is similar to Councillor Macon about the real time. City Hall has got those cameras and staff can see it. So if we want the best outcomes, why wouldn't we look at having those cameras set up like at the RCMP station where they can see the real time?
Through your worship, the ones at the front counter see, that's a little different than the recording system that we're using. That's just for visual. That's more a security for the front counter area. But that's not to say that we couldn't necessarily do the same thing at the RCMP station.
Okay, and I guess that's my question, because one of the requests for service through RCMP was for another clerk to deal with the body cameras, but could that clerk not also be monitoring, you know, having the access to that since it's a city staff?
Through your worship, that's something that we can definitely look at.
Ms. Cowie?
I thank you for the question, through your worship. I think I'll go back to what Mr. Kaiser said too, is that we're limited in the staffing that we have, and that potential clerk is also a daytime position. So, and then I would have to figure out the FOIP requirements of having RCMP personnel accessing our services. So I think it's something we can think about and figure out, but it probably is quite complicated to do so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. I had the same line of questioning of both Councillor Macon and Mayor Catcher. It seems to me that if any kind of camera system is to be effective, it's got to be responsive. So if I were to ask council to what am I looking for here? Delay this thing for a couple of days. Could administration, would that give you folks enough time to talk to the Mounties and just see how we could tie this in? So, for instance, if there's a call at the riverboat launch or the parking lot down there and there's a couple cars down squawking their tires, if there was a call come in, they could immediately go to that camera, take a look at what's going on and respond accordingly. How much time do we need to flesh this out a little bit better?
Sorry, through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we can certainly take a look at that this week. I don't know if we're going to make the deadline of Wednesday to get information back to you, but we can certainly have the conversation.
Okay, and I'm not... Why Wednesday? Because we're not doing budget on Wednesday, and Mr. Dance, I'm not sure we're doing the flags on Friday.
Sorry, I had assumed this was a flag. My apologies.
It probably will be a flag, but the timing.
From my perspective, it sounds more like an information request that we could get some background information, including the timing. What our goal was when Ms. Cowie mentioned Wednesday was to get any information or flags back to council on Wednesday, if in fact you were meeting on Friday.
And Mayor Catcher, I'm going to ask that we flag this only so we can have the discussion one more time before we put this to bed.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's any objections. Not seeing any. That will be flagged with that information request. All coming back together. Okay, thank you. We'll move on.
The second capital request is 24022, River Road and Windsor Point Lift Station Network Connection. This request includes the installation of conduit and fiber optic lines from City Hall to Windsor Point and River Road wastewater management facilities. This will create a direct network connection and enhance the reliability of remote operations. The current cellular technology has been a challenge to deploy, with several hours of IT time and increasing consultant expenses. The other city reservoirs and wastewater management facilities are currently connected with fiber. With a direct fiber network connection also comes additional benefits of adding security cameras, lighting, card lock technology, and whatever the future of IoT, Internet of Things, brings us. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions on this one? Not seeing any. Okay, we'll move on. Oh, okay. One question. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. This is the lift station that created an issue 3 or 4 years ago, Mr. Fleming.
Yes, through your worship, I asked that same question and I was told this is not. This is the Windsor Point. This is further west.
Then a follow-up question. Do we have proper monitoring in the lift station that caused a problem a few years back?
I believe when I asked that question, I believe I was told yes, there is. We'll let an expert come though. Confirm.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Kelly, yes, we have monitoring in place that we enhance in that line on the River Road.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. Pardon? You got 5 minutes? Okay, I've just been asked for a 5-minute comfort break. We don't do 5 minutes, so let's do 11:08. I'll give everyone 8 minutes. Okay. Okay, so we'll recess. Okay, we will resume, and the next one is Project 24016, Aquatics Planning. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. I'm Brad Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation Services. I'll be presenting this capital budget request with support from Kayla Dow, Supervisor of the Harbor Pool, and Lindsay Poitras, Supervisor of the Dow Centennial Center, Arenas, and Torres Field, who are joining us in the audience. I'll be speaking to Project 2416, Aquatics Planning and Construction, which is page 2-23 of your budget package. The 2024 request is for $5 million, with $2 million in funding in 2024 and a further $3 million in 2025. This funding is required for conceptual level planning and detailed design for expanding the DCC Center to include approximately a 52,000 square foot aquatics facility. The related operational impacts for this are approximately $167,000 in 2024 and $250,000 in 2025. This is due to the start of debt servicing. Administration intends to utilize interim financing for the design costs. The types of interim finance and options that will be explored includes the city's line of credit, major banks, and the province to find the best rates and terms that suit the city. This request is based on an overall estimated Class 5 capital project cost of $49 million, as the design work comprises approximately 10% of the project cost. This initiative will have significant financial impact on the city's short and long-term finances. Based on the estimated capital and operating costs of the project over the course of the next 5 years, it would likely require ongoing increase to property tax revenues of approximately 10%. Consideration should also be given to the construction inflation cost, as it has been increasing at a higher rate than consumer price index for several years now. Waiting may result in higher overall capital costs depending on the future inflationary impacts on major facility construction. These estimates are based on the city's Indoor Recreation Service Level Review that was completed on September 26, 2023. This review led to an indoor recreation facility program that was used to develop this DCC expansion concept that Council referred for inclusion in this year's capital budget deliberations. The expansion, if it were to proceed, would provide opportunities to have dedicated tanks for program and leisure activities to allow for improved delivery of many aquatic services, such as leisure swimming, skill development, fitness, sports training, leadership training, therapy, and rehabilitation. Other program and leisure aquatics, this will also allow us to offer program and leisure aquatics together simultaneously and address the city's population growth with approximately 47,000 residents expected by 2040, my apologies. If approved, design and project scoping will start in 2024, which include additional stakeholder consultation to refine the final concept and the refinement of the detailed financing plan. A budget request related to the construction and future operating costs would follow once design is complete, which would likely take place in mid-2025. That's everything.
Okay, so this is questions, and remind everybody we're not debating this. This is questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. I don't want to stifle the questioning. In fact, I encourage it, but the first thing on my agenda for this is to get this flagged.
Okay. I'll come back to you on the flagging if that's okay. I'll just see if there's any other questions.
Well, I do have questions, so let me proceed if you would, please.
Okay.
During the last presentation at the council meeting, there was a present value calculation given for the lifetime costs of the pool estimated, and I understand that this stuff is all estimated, but it was pointed out by myself that the reporting by the consultant indicated that capital renewal for a structure such as this would be, and I'm trusting my memory here, somewhere around 1.5% per year would be a reasonable budget for not a new building at the end of 40 years, but renewal and upkeep, capital upkeep over the 40-year period. And the present value, though, used our policy. So was the present value calculation updated to reflect the economic reality as opposed to our policy?
You turned yourself off.
Your worship to Councillor Kelly. I do have the value of what the DCC expansion net present value would be if we used a 2.1% reserve. That would be approximately $251 million.
Up from the 211. I'm sorry to repeat that. 251.
Approximately, yes.
That's fine. It is going to be an approximate. Thank you.
And through your worship to Councillor Kelly, and to clarify, I believe the net present value for the city reserve was 204,000 or 204 million. My apologies.
Well, it sticks in my mind. We don't have to quibble it. My mind was 211, but that's fine. You indicated too during the presentation that Recreation Department, your department, wasn't initiating moves toward the new user fee policy until next year.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that's correct.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, I'm next on the speaking order. So the question that I have, once again, Finance puts the funding source. Why are we labeling the pool, the future pool, as really, and the water line, not the second one, but the first water line, to be debenture borrowed when we didn't decide to debenture borrow for like the JRC? Why is this one getting labeled with all of the debenture borrowing and the tax increases?
To your worship, I can speak to the short-term borrowing for the planning and design work that's proposed to go ahead in 24 and 25, the 2 million and the 3 million. The plan there is to use short-term borrowing, so that could be the city's operating line of credit, because again, there's no asset at this point. This is just planning, initial planning and design. The future funding, I know it's slated for primarily debt, and it's one of those projects that fits well with the intergenerational equity that goes with debt funding. But again, will it be 100% debt funding? We'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. But in terms of the short-term borrowing, we felt that was the best option for funding the design and planning costs.
So I guess really my question comes to, as this is rolled out to the public, so the question is, the public sees this as a big elephant. It's going to increase their taxes. So why are we not explaining some of all of these projects, like JRC, didn't have to debenture fund it, but we could have. Like, I guess my question really comes to, why are we just painting this one as the big one? Because JRC was 16 million, I think. Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, through your worship, I'm not really sure I understand the question. I mean, in terms of this being the big one, this would be the most expensive capital project in the city's history. I think that's just a fact.
No, the question really is, why are we painting this one with the paintbrush as opposed to the JRC? That's the question. Like, we're painting this one with the tax increase. We're painting this one with the debenture. Why did we not paint the other one?
Okay, so sorry, your worship, I think I understand. I do think council approves the funding source inherently with the project. I think that's always been my impression. When we put forward a plan request, it always has a funding source on it, and my assumption would be that council does have the ability to change a funding source if it desires. I've changed funding sources a couple of times and let council know, but there was usually some sort of technical rationale for that. The one thing I would say about this project is that there's no way you're going to build it without debenture funding. So we could have used debenture funding in the JRC and used that some of that funding to fund some of this, but in the end, you end up in the same place. So I'm not sure there's really any difference in those two different strategies.
Okay, and I'll thank you for that response. I just think that's something that the public needs to understand. So thank you. Councillor Harris?
So when we had the consultants in here at the last meeting, we talked about this, and I'm just looking for clarification. So what we're talking about here is a 52,000 square foot pool building that would effectively be a pool with swimming tank and some teaching facility and whatnot. And that would be on the south side of the current arena, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, in terms of the amenities, yes. In terms of the exact location, that would be part of the work for the design.
Okay, so, but it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was shown in a location that it was totally different from what we had been given. If we were to build a big, like a Millennium Place thing, which this is not proposed to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What would happen then? Do we have in the plan that we would do a Millennium Place kind of thing at some later time at the DCC? Is that still on the books? And then we'd have this pool tank area on the south side. Does that make a lot of sense? Because I'm looking at how this is, I'm trying to understand how this all fits together. In terms of, we got a pool with 8 lanes and 500 meters long and whatever it is. And then we'd have something at a later time, and you made reference to a population horizon 45,000 whenever. How does this all fit together? I mean, I'm just trying to understand this project pre-planning against the larger context of aquatics at the DCC. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris. So what council referred for discussion today was the DCC expansion. So the entire aquatics program, both program and leisure, would all be delivered within that expansion. And then our harbor pool would either be recommissioned or destroyed. So this would be the only aquatics facility in the city for the foreseeable future.
So how many square feet is Millennium Place right now as an example of a leisure center sort of thing?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I don't know that number off the top of my head.
Just a guess.
I can say I might defer to one of the folks who used to work
So is 52,000 square feet
Okay.
smaller or larger, the same size as
If
Millennium
they don't
Place?
have an answer, they can always send an email out with the answer.
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. I'll go on to round 2 of questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. When the studies were done, there was essentially 3 different scenarios that were looked at. As new, joint 2 pools, and an expansion at the DCC. That's my general breakdown on it. We did not look at, and I'm wondering why, we did not look at the potential cost for building a basic improvement to, or a basic addition to, the harbor pool that would allow us to meet our lane swim needs and leave harbor pool otherwise essentially unchanged, other than its facelift work. So we didn't look at a basic change, and I'm wondering why we didn't.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, just to clarify, the 3 options were expansion of the harbor pool, so that would have delivered the entire aquatics program, including the leisure and whatever at the harbor pool.
Okay.
That was scenario 1. Scenario 2 was a small upgrade at harbor pool to address the leisure components, and the expansion of the DCC would have just been the program piece. And then the final one was the entire thing at the DCC.
Man, that's not my recollection, but I stand to be corrected, Brad. If we expand the pool to the anticipated 52,000 square feet with the lane tank and the leisure facilities, what in your estimate would be the annual capacity of that facility?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris.
That's Councillor
Kelly. We sit on other sides, and you're not the first one, so don't worry about it.
Sorry, I was already thinking the answer before I responded.
They look so much alike.
From the volume of water perspective, I think we could more than double our current capacity. So, as we reported, we've had visits annually of 100,000. I think we could safely anticipate the capacity is more than that. Because the other thing, which I understand council has heard several times, but because of our design limitations, we've never fully utilized the capacity of the water volume just because of the design considerations. So we'd ideally ensure we remove those barriers from the next pool. So yeah, I would think it would mean we should be looking for like visitation of up to 200,000 potentially.
Fair enough. I wouldn't think that you'd ever get a facility that would meet design capacity just because of the inherent restrictions of handling people. So 200,000 is a decent guess. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Now you did ask. There's nobody else who asked for this to be flagged. Do you need it to be flagged still?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, please.
Okay. Is there objection to it being flagged? Don't see any. So we can flag that one. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. I'm Richard Gagnon, Public Works Director, and with me today is Brian Rogers, who is also the Manager of Roads and Utilities. We will present Budget Request 24023, Fleet Edition, Grader with Gate and Wing. I think you can find this on page 228 of your budget package. This project is part of our road growth plan created in 2021 as a multi-year approach to bring resources and meet current service levels and growth demands in roads. In 2024, the road growth plan proposed the purchase of a new grader with gate and wings. The city currently has 2 graders. If approved, this will be our 3rd grader. It will provide coverage for snow clearing and ice control, as well as road and alley maintenance, drainage, and stormwater work on public land. 2 attachments are also included in this project, so it's more than just the grader. There's a wing that helps with moving snow or other material to the side, which is very useful when moving material to a ditch and also much safer. And a gate used during residential snow clearing to avoid or reduce windrows on driveways and entrance, something that is appreciated by our residents. The work performed by our heavy-duty road equipment benefits our residents and our visitors as well. It's also a benefit to our industries. The maintenance of our road network is critical to them, especially in the winter, to get goods and services, as well as workers in and out the plants and the properties. If approved, we anticipate the new grader be delivered in 2025. As a result, contracted services funds approved in 2021 can be reduced by a total of about $115,000 in 2025 and 2026, therefore limiting the operating impact of this grader. Also, from an operating perspective, we originally scheduled to hire a operator 2 for roads in 2024. This position has been pushed to 2025 to be in line with the anticipated arrival of the proposed grader in 2025. This capital project is budgeted at $725,000. The net operating impact is $3,600 in 2025 and $15,000 in 2026. And this is a result of the offset of the contracted services that we're removing at that time. This concludes my presentation, and Mr. Rogers and I, we're open to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, questions?
Yeah, I understand the operation of both of these pieces of equipment. You're proposing to put it on one machine, both the gate, which totally makes sense, and the wing, which is primarily for rural municipalities generally. So you can put it on one machine and not have it cause problems from an operational standpoint, maintenance, that sort of thing?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes. The one wing that we're actually looking at is a low mast. So it's kind of like that's what's there. So it's not going to be in the way of the gate. The gate mounts on the moldboard itself. So the wing would be just offset back from that from the frame. So that way it's also would be a fairly quick attach that we can take it off and on. So we don't want to be carrying it when we're going through residential and stuff, but it would be the one that would be set up more so for the responsive. As you can see in the highway, we want to push it down. We had an incident here a couple of years ago where a truck went into the ditch. We want to make sure 119th Street is pushed down. So a little more response time with that.
So the equipment basically can be installed as you need it or taken off and put into your storage rack as
Correct.
required.
The wing itself would be taken off, but the mount for it would stay on.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. When I look at the pictures, it looks to me like the wing and the gate are the same thing. What's the difference?
Your worship to Councillor Kelly, the wing is basically what you see on the first pictures here on the left.
Yep.
And basically it helps to propel or to push whatever material we have or snow far away from the machine. Whereas the gate you see on the second picture on the right, it's more like a small little curved gate that allows us to, when we do snow removal in residential, we can open and push the snow on the snow where we normally put it on, or to close it, then it doesn't go into residential driveways.
I would have imagined that the one piece could do the same. You close the wing up and lift it up and down for a gate. Obviously not. So move on. My next question. On the assumption that your budget here is for new equipment, do you fellows ever consider good quality used equipment?
Your worship to Councillor Kelly, I believe we do.
You believe we do?
Yeah.
Have we done it in the recent past? And sorry, and why not on this one? I guess would be the next question.
Your worship to Councillor, I did not understand your question here. If you can clarify.
Okay, so $750 for new, is my understanding.
$725. Yeah.
What would be a rough cost for, given that we keep these things for 20 years, for let's say a 5 or a 6 year old used piece of equipment?
Your worship to Councillor Kelly, I will have to defer this question either if Mr. Roger knows or Mr. Schaefer.
And if not, they can bring it back. Do you know the answer?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I guess that's the key word is good, used. A few years ago, I do know that the city purchased a piece of equipment that was used and it actually...
Can you come a little closer to your mic?
Sorry, I do know a few years ago the city purchased a piece of equipment that was used and they ended up actually spending quite a bit more on repairs of it because a lot of that stuff comes from auction. So you're not able to take it out for a drive, test drive, and look at it such. You're buying it as you see it on the ground. It will also depend on the markets of industry around us. If there's a boom going on, then those pieces of equipment are going to be quite worth a lot. Past that, I do know Mr. Schaefer would be the one to answer for the general cost of his equipment services because that would be going through him.
I think I understand the trade-off. I really do. But there's also dealers that handle this stuff, and I wouldn't like you to send you guys to Ritchie Brothers to try to buy something that's sight unseen. So would it be possible to look at the websites of the heavy equipment dealers to see if there's any used inventory that might be comparable? And could we get that information back by Friday?
They can take that as an information request.
Your worship, we can provide that information.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And yeah, I like the idea of the equipment. That's just how much we want to spend.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for the presentation. I do like that we own our own equipment for snow clearing and have a driver. But so is snow equipment mainly used in the winter, or is it useful over the summer months too? Do we put it to use, or does it mainly sit?
Through your worship, the Councillor Blizzard. It is mainly through the winter time, but we also do have some outside gravel roads that we maintain more often now, down by the dog park, the gravel pits. We do use it for placing cold mix in areas on the outside roads. We are finding with 92nd Street that was closed now, those few roads that we took in from the county, we're out there once a week blading them up just to make sure that the washboard isn't getting too bad. We do get a lot of concerns from people down to that Trans-Canada Trail now. There's a lot of more traffic down there and stuff. So it does get used through that. Back alleys we use them on, but its main purpose is through the wintertime, and that is when you want it because everybody else wants the same thing you do.
And summer use isn't going to hurt it, what we do with it in the summer.
No, summer use is a walk in the park compared to the winter that we put it through.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a little question. I'll test your memory. Is it true that staff years ago were the first ones that actually created the gate?
To your worship, yes, we are the ones that created the gates that are on our current pieces of equipment. What's fab there is what we created. There is aftermarket ones that people do buy, but ours seem to last the best. Peter Schmidt, way back in the day, is actually the one that first created it. So we've just keep reusing that design. There has been a couple other communities that have come and looked at our design and taken it forth as well. The big thing for us is if one of our graders go down that has a gate and we can't get one with a gate, we're having to put a skid steer behind it. And we do 99th Avenue, West Park Drive, all our collectors, we gate for all the driveways we go through, so it's quicker, more efficient.
Okay, I just thought that was some good history. Too bad you didn't patent it. Councillor Avatoye. I think you're on mute.
Oh, I swear I unmuted myself. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for your presentation. I just had a question about future operating impacts. So it says that in 2025, there's going to be an annual operating impact of 3,600. So is the 3,600 just insurance? Because I see a following saying fuel will be 61,000. So is 3,600 insurance and repair maintenance? Because the reason I'm asking that question is because I've just been seeing the insurance cost for most of the equipments that are being presented today. It's usually about 1% to 2%. And so this kind of seems lower than all the others. So just looking for a little clarification around that.
Your worship, to Councillor Abitoye, here's the detail for 2025 operating impacts so you can have a better understanding of this net $3,600. The insurance is $800. The supplies material, $10,000. Also, we have some equipment repairs at $30,300 and fuel at $20,000. When we remove $57,500 for contracted services, because we can reduce it at that time, we have a net of $3,600. So it's a mix of different things offset by contracted services reduction.
Okay, so the 3,600 is the net. Okay, now that makes sense. Because I thought it was really small compared to, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all the questions on this one. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to Fleet Edition Transfer Station Toolcat.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Sadie Miller, Director of Utilities and Sustainability, and I'll be presenting project number 24024, the Transfer Station Toolcat, which can be found on page 2-33 of your budget binder. The larger, redesigned, and fully paved Transfer and Eco Station site formally opened this past spring with a weigh scale and an elevated ramp for waste disposal. A toolcat and related attachments was previously requested to carry out required site maintenance activities such as snow removal and sanding, as well as to allow for more efficient transportation of materials across site. After careful consideration, administration recommends that Council remove this request from the 2024 capital budget. In 2024, the Utilities and Sustainability Department will be piloting a partnership with the Public Works and Culture and Recreation Departments to prioritize maintenance on the Transfer and Eco Station site using existing resources. Should this internal review determine that maintenance requirements for the new Transfer and Eco Station site exceed current staff and equipment capacity, the Transfer Station Toolcat capital budget request will be brought back to Council for consideration in the 2025 capital budget.
Okay. So we'll open that one up for questions. I'm going to ask the first question. Given your location right beside the James E. Graham building and all of these tools are already there, why can't you share them?
Your Worship, that is what we are exploring now. The issue last winter was maintaining service levels at other facilities while adding the Transfer and Eco Station. So that was one of the challenges that presented itself, but we have found an opportunity to pair available staffing resources from our Parks Department with available equipment from our Dow Centennial Center. So that increases the Parks capacity to add this city facility onto their priority clearing list.
So if they've put it on the priority clearing list, then why do you need this if they can be in the... Oh, remove it.
Yes,
Sorry.
we're removing it for that reason.
I'm a little bit deaf here
Yes.
today, so
yeah.
Okay, to remove it. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just a short question. What is the current inventory of equipment that we have to operate the transfer facility? I know there's a loader there. How much is required, I guess? Maybe not. What are we using currently that's in place?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, we currently don't have any dedicated equipment for the Transfer and Eco Station itself, but we do share equipment with Public Works, primarily roads and parks. We right now are using a utility task vehicle that is underutilized by the Parks Department for 8 months out of the year. So that covers our material and people transportation across site, but it is not able to maintain the site during the winter months for snow clearing and sanding. So that's why the toolcat was initially being requested, but the toolcat availability that presented itself from the Dow Centennial Center now covers that gap. So we're just looking to kind of fill those gaps and make sure all of our staff and equipment resources are used to their best ability before we come to council and ask for more.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Not seeing any at this time. All projects, even if they're flagged or not flagged, always have the ability to come back. All right, so time is 11:41. Our lunch is ready. So I think we'll take the break now. I just need to ask, do we want 30 minutes or 40 minutes? We typically take 30, but 30? Okay. So in 30 minutes from now, 10 after 12. Okay? Or 12:15? 30, yeah, 12:15, sorry. We'll give you an extra 3 minutes there. Okay, so we will recess till 12:15. Thank you. Okay, we will resume the meeting at 12:16. Call everybody back to order. So the next item that we have is the 10-year capital budget proposed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, members of council. I will now present an overview of the proposed 10-year capital plan for years 2024 through 2033 inclusive. Information on the 10-year capital plan is located in Section 3 of the capital budget document. We have included two versions of the plan, a complete and fully updated version starting on page 3-1. In addition to planned spending on capital projects, this version includes forecasts of planned capital funding sources, along with impacts to operations, property taxes, and debt usage. There is also a track changes version of the plan starting on page 3-4. Changes to the plan since Council last reviewed it in June of this year are shown in red. This version also includes the horizon list, which I'll present in more detail later in my presentation. And just a reminder, at the conclusion of my presentation, Council may ask administration clarifying questions and/or flag items for later discussion. Each of the directors responsible for capital projects within the 10-year capital plan are available to assist. The 2024-2033 capital plan is a flexible, multi-year planning tool that the city uses to plan for and track its investment in capital assets. It includes approximately $297 million in total planned project spending and corresponding funding for city projects over the entire 10-year period. In addition, there are approximately $34 million in developer levy funded projects, which are identified separately. The 10-year capital plan incorporates the goals and initiatives of the strategic plan, as well as multi-year plans and studies which are cross-referenced in the notes provided within the document. The plan has been prepared in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, which requires Council to review and update the plan on an annual basis, and it adheres to the city's operating and capital budgets policy. As I mentioned in my earlier presentation, Council is scheduled to perform another review of the 10-year capital plan, along with any updates in June of next year prior to its adoption. Similar to the capital budget, all capital projects within the 10-year capital plan, excluding developer levy projects, have been prioritized using priority-based budgeting tools, and more information on PBB is accessible within the capital budget document. Using PBB tools, all capital projects within the 10-year capital plan have been prioritized by scoring them against the city's desired results and attributes. The chart shows a breakdown of the plan's total proposed spending by PBB quartiles. And again, Q1 and Q2 projects align most closely to the city's established priorities and desired results, while Q3 and Q4 projects align the least. Based on the chart, $205 million, or approximately 70% of the total, is planned to be spent on Q1 and Q2 projects. Although the PBB model provides useful data and analysis for decision making, other factors such as specific needs, constraints, and grant eligibility must be considered as well. The 10-year capital plan breaks down into 5 major asset categories as shown. The majority at 51% represent engineering structures, followed by 27% for buildings, 10% for developer levy projects, 10% for vehicles, machinery, and equipment, and 2% for land and land improvements. So next, I'll highlight some key projects planned for within each of the major asset categories covering the entire 10-year period. Engineering structures, the largest category, includes $168 million in total projected costs. Significant projects include the ongoing annual programs for neighborhood and local road rehabilitation, which together account for approximately $92 million, or 55% of the total costs in this category. Veterans Way Corridor widening for $29 million is a multi-year project. Phase 1 widening and pedestrian crossing north projects currently await finalization of the city's contribution to these projects. As I mentioned previously, these projects will come back to Council in 2024 for further review and discussion. The secondary alternative water source seeks a secondary feed to the West Park Reservoir at a projected cost of $25 million. Further refinement of the project's costs is expected with the completion of the functional planning study later this year. It is anticipated that this project will come back to Council in 2024 with a request to undertake design work of the new supply line. The sump pump retrofit program is the continuation of a multi-year project to extend the city's underground stormwater system into established neighborhoods. Vehicles, machinery, and equipment include total planned expenditures of $33.1 million. The city's annual fleet and equipment lifecycle replacement is the largest project within the category at $16.9 million. Other city departments such as fire, IT, and culture and recreation anticipate the replacement of various vehicles, machinery, and equipment based on their respective life cycles. Funding for these types of replacements are generally done through the city's financial reserves, which are set aside specifically for vehicle and equipment life cycle replacement. Total projected costs for buildings are $88.6 million. Major projects in this category include the planning and construction of various city facilities related to aquatics, a new fire station, and a new arena at the DCC. The 10-year capital plan also includes $7.6 million in projected total costs for land and land improvements. Major projects in this category include Fort Center Park Phase 2, along with Cemetery Master Plan Area 1 Phase 1. Developer levy projects represent the new construction and infrastructure located within the city's growth areas. These projects are fully funded through developer levies, which is why they're presented separate from city projects within the 10-year capital plan. Total projected costs of $33.9 million include future work done on various intersections and roadways, along with sanitary and drainage systems within city limits. As per the city's budget policy, a horizon list is required to be maintained, which lists capital projects currently excluded from the 10-year capital plan, and the list is shown on page 3-6 of the capital budget document. These are projects that may not have a specified capital funding source, or they may have an insufficiently refined scope, cost, or business case. Currently, there are 16 capital projects on the list, with a few notable items including Harbor Pool repurpose and demolition, intersection interchange and industrial bypass, materials handling site, the water tower refurbishment, and based on a recent council decision, the Chabot Park River Valley staircase was also added. According to the budget policy, council is to review the horizon list as part of the annual budget process to determine whether capital projects listed should remain on the list, be removed, or moved for inclusion within the 10-year capital plan. The next 3 slides highlight some key financial impacts directly relating to the 10-year capital plan, starting with a breakdown of the planned funding sources over the 10-year period. So just moving left to right. Debt borrowing makes up 37% of total proposed funding. Most of the borrowing incurs during 2026 and 2027, with approximately $90 million slated for construction of the secondary water source, aquatics facility, and the new fire station. More details on the city's proposed debt usage will be shared on the next slide. Next, municipal reserves make up 22% of total funding. The city's municipal reserves are established and maintained under the financial reserves policy. Reserves provide the most flexible source of funding for capital projects and are most appropriate for funding the maintenance and replacement of infrastructure and equipment, along with support funding for major construction projects. Grant funding makes up 9% of the total. This includes the MSI Capital Grant, which is scheduled to end in 2023 and again to be replaced with the local government fiscal framework. The Canada Community Building Fund Capital Grant, formerly known as the Federal Gas Tax Grant, is also included in this category. The future capital grants have been estimated based on current funding levels and the most current information that is available. Annual capital funding accounts for 15% of total funding. These are funds provided by operations and are primarily used to fund ongoing annual capital programs, such as the local road and neighborhood rehab projects. Developer levy reserves account for 10% and consist of externally restricted funds, which are to be used for developer levy projects only. Other provincial funding for 6% and the 1% underfunded relate to the Veterans Way projects, which were covered in the previous presentation, and 1% from trade-in values and proceeds on disposal. This graph shows the proposed future impacts of the 10-year capital plan on the city's debt usage. The flat green line represents the city's internally imposed debt limit established by the city's debt management policy. The internal limit has been set at 75% of the provincially regulated limits. The blue and yellow lines represent the anticipated percentage of debt limits and debt servicing limits used respectively. With respect to the debt usage, the blue line, as I mentioned earlier, most of the debt usage occurs in years 2026 and 2027, corresponding to several major construction projects that are slated to begin. This includes the secondary water source, along with the new fire station and aquatics facilities. After 2027, the debt usage begins to decline and stabilize as the projects are completed and the debt is repaid over time. The debt servicing limit, the yellow line, which is based on the following 12 months of debt borrowings, peaks in 2025, declines in 2026, and then stabilizes after that. As the chart indicates, throughout the 10-year capital plan, the anticipated debt servicing and usage levels remain below the city's internally established debt limits. And the last graph forecasts the ending balances in the capital reserves for each year of the 10-year capital plan. And please note, this is based on information current as of the T1 forecast. The capital reserves forecast includes planned contributions to the reserves, planned drawdowns to fund proposed capital projects, as well as planned transfers to and from operations. The municipal infrastructure and equipment reserves, the blue line, ranges from a low of approximately 10 million to a high of just over 14 million over the course of the 10 years. The capital projects reserve, the green line, is the most consistent of the three, ranging between $6 and $8 million. And lastly, the utilities infrastructure and equipment reserve, the yellow line, starts out at approximately 4.5 million and declines to about 2.5 million as it nears the end of the plan. This reserve is currently being reviewed by financial services and, along with updated utility rate remodeling, is expected to be revised. Further updates and information on the city's financial reserves will be provided during the 2024 operating budget presentations. And that concludes my review of the 10-year capital plan. Directors responsible for the capital projects within the plan and I are here to assist in answering your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will open this up to questions. I've got two. So on your horizons list, why is the Heritage Center not on there? Like it went to tender and fell off, but why is it still not sitting there? The Interpretive Center?
Your worship, I don't think the project exists within our documentation, so I was curious to see if Mr. Eamon could find something there, but I'm not surprised that he couldn't.
Why doesn't it exist?
I don't know that I don't have a simple answer for that. The project, you're right, it was brought forward for design. It was considered. We were close to building it, and then the direction from council was to discontinue pursuit of that project, and we've never had any other direction since then. So it's not that it could be added to it, but we've never had any direction to reconsider. So.
Okay, that's first question. Second question, with what we see going on Highway 21 right now with a new intersection going on and some conversations, just general ones with Strathcona, we've got industrial bypass on the horizon list, but is it fair to say that they've got that on their list too and they're actually ahead of us?
Through your worship, I had heard that one of their elected officials was considering a notice of motion to study the idea, but I'm not aware, and I haven't checked in the last week or so, I'm not aware that any direction that motion was made or if it was passed or anything. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you. This wasn't going to be my question, but I'll make it my first one. I recall, I believe, discussion from administration at some point in the last year and a half saying that the interpretive center had been removed from the 10-year capital plan. And I'll just leave that out there. That's my recollection. My question, though, revolves around the assessment of quartiles, and I know I asked Mr. Dancis, and John, I read your email. I still don't understand. So I'm going to refer you to the attachment called 2024 Capital Project Scoring Details. What is the relationship between those scoring details and the quartile reported on the 10-year capital plan summary? Whomever.
I'll give it a go.
Mr. Dance put up his hand if you want him to do it.
Sure.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, can you say that one more time, please? Because I thought I answered your question in my mind very clearly, but obviously not.
Okay, there's an attachment somewhere in here, and I've got it set up separately, but it's entitled 2024 Capital Project Scoring Details. And it gives a brief explanation about how the projects are scored, and then each project is broken down between mandate, reliance, recovery cost, demand, population served, infrastructure, and there's a scoring number assigned to each of those line items within each project. So how does that scoring relate to the quartile?
Gotcha. If you clicked on the next document after this one, it would be made a little bit clearer. But what this document is doing is giving you the individual scores across, I believe, 5 attributes and 7 different results. Individual scores against each one of those. So if you look at the very first one, the culture equipment life cycle replacement, there should be about 12 different individual scores for that one project. So you score against each one of those, either an attribute or a result, and you get an individual score. Those individual scores then are then rolled up to get the overall score, which could be 46 or 52 or whatever that number happens to be.
Thank you. So it's that score that these add up to?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so more specifically then, because I don't understand, if we look on page 2 of the scoring detail, actually page 3 of the scoring detail, secondary / alternative water source, there's a attribute marked as recovery cost or / cost, I'm not sure which it says, and it's scored as a 1. What does the 1 tell me? That you don't expect to recover hardly any cost, or you expect to recover almost all of the cost?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, 1 indicates that it would expect to recover all of its cost. So unfortunately, Shannon, 1 requires. Sorry.
I read it differently. That's
Yeah, you are correct. Actually, I'm sorry. I'll let Shannon take.
So the 1 means it scores highly across all the attributes.
So you're telling me that the 1 is a good result? And yet if I read the summary at the top, it says for score of 4, the project is essential. Score of 3 has strong influence. Score of 2 has some. Score of 1 has minor influence.
Yeah, so what we do is we look at the utility programs that will align with this water line. So when we're evaluating the water line, we're like, okay, so what programs influence it? And if this water line was to go away, would we still be able to provide the service? So by removing the project, that would be a 0. By keeping the project and all these results are dependent on this project, then it would score 4. If that makes sense.
Quite frankly, no.
It's confusing. I get it.
If it's too confusing, then it's not workable. But I specifically then, I'll point you to the 1 line for secondary alternative water source that says program cost or recovery cost, and you scored it. It scored a 1.
Right. Sorry, you twisted me around there. I was right when I said it the first time. So scoring a 1 would be a low cost recovery.
And yet on that particular project, we stand to recover a significant portion of our costs.
Correct. That would be implied. So that was what I was looking for, Shannon, just in terms of if she had any additional clarity. So a 4, just to get, before we start talking about secondary water, a score of 4 in this individual scoring would mean it'd be a high cost recovery.
Correct.
Individual scoring, then unfortunately when you flip it to be, when you put it into the quartiles, a quartile 1 is a high scoring program, a quartile 4 is a lower scoring program.
And we can leave that alone for now. Yep. We can talk about that later. I'm dealing specifically with one line item question.
So
a project that recovers a large portion of its costs.
Maybe our thought process was that we were thinking that it would recover 100% in the first year, and which it doesn't.
Name me a project that comes even close to that.
No. So that's probably why it doesn't score very high on the cost recovery.
Well,
Mr. Dance?
Maybe what we can do is, what we do when we do the scoring is we document the different assumptions that are made for individual scores. So if we could take this one back and then just get some more detail on why this particular project and this particular attribute did score at this level.
Okay, and let's take that as a request for information. Build into that then, consider this a request. Let's revisit the aquatics planning / construction as well. Do them both together, please. They're both the 2 largest projects we have here, and I'd like to be clear as to what we're talking about. I'm going to bring in again. Thank you, Mayor Katcher.
Currently, you're the only one on.
Currently, I'm the only one.
I will let you know if somebody pops on. I'll stop you.
Okay, thank you. The materials handling site shows up, I think, on the 10-year capital plan, but I think it's 2 budgets ago now, we had a motion to study that, and I don't think council's got a report back. Is there something anticipated, Mr. Fleming?
Yes, through your worship, that was in my slides when I did the introduction this morning, but it is close to being complete. Should be within the next couple months.
Okay, thank you. I think, Mayor Katcher, the bulk of my concerns rest around the swimming pool, and we're going to have ample time to talk about that in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions at this point in time. I guess I'm just going to ask one question. So council is planning on having a strategic workshop in the near future. So based on that, do we anticipate on priorities potentially changing? So that's one. And second, these are not cast in stone, correct?
Yeah, through your worship, the 10-year capital plan can be changed or modified just like anything else that council does through basic resolution. And yeah, if anything comes out of the strategic planning workshop that is meant to change a 10-year capital plan, certainly we would try to incorporate that for final approval.
Okay, that's good. I'm not seeing any additional questions. All right, so then we will move on to the notice of motion that was presented at the last meeting, and I will have Councillor Kelly read it in. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. I move that council direct administration to return to council with an administrative report on the potential options for running a public survey to gauge the level of support within the community for the recommended aquatics facility concept from the recent indoor recreation facility program review report, and that the survey be run concurrently with the upcoming 2024 census, and that the report include, firstly, reference to the benefits and potential issues of different survey delivery options. 2, a description of the survey process, including survey delivery, supplementary information required for the respondents, data collection methodologies, and the process alignment with process alignment with council public engagement policy Gov-006-C. Thirdly, draft wording of a non-binding question that allows the general public to offer support or non-support for the project. And fourth, the costs of generating all supplementary information in addition to promoting and administering the survey, and that the report be brought back to council before the end of February 24.
Okay, thank you. The motion is read in. You can speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you. Really, my intent here is to put this very important, very expensive question to the citizens to cast a decision on. This should be the second run at it. It was first done in, I think, the 2017 election, and then as part of the 2017 election, the pool was defeated at that time. We've now got more information. I think we're planning a larger project in what could be strongly considered less certain economic times. And I believe the public has the right to participate. This would normally be, I call it a plebiscite. Mr. Fleming tells me that the word plebiscite doesn't exist within the Municipal Government Act. I have not taken the 1 week's time to review it all to confirm whether he's correct or not, so I'll believe him. The fact that it's referenced as non-binding, most of us think of a plebiscite as binding, but if there's no such thing in the Municipal Government Act, we're looking for a show of support or non-support from our public, and council would then make a decision. We've heard today the present value, estimated present value cost of the recommended facility. It's in the neighborhood of $250 million. It's important to understand what that really means. Everybody that's had a mortgage has been and participated in a present value calculation. Your mortgage principal is the present value calculation of your monthly mortgage payments. So a monthly payment of $2,500 at an interest rate of 6% over a period of 25 years. Once you know those three numbers, you can calculate what the actual mortgage value would be. And a lot of people use that to go to the banker and say, how much can I afford for a house? Here's what I can make for a monthly payment. What's the interest rate? So when the three variables are known, the calculation can be done for the principal. And that is the value of all of the future payments at today's interest rate. The present value on the costs of the pool, the ongoing operating costs, life cycle costs of any facility are technically, obviously, not a mortgage. A mortgage is a legal document. But in terms of financial impact out of your wallet, out of the house payer's, homeowner's, citizen's wallet, they are exactly the same. It is a commitment to fund the operations of the pool into the future. And the present value, in our own world, the mortgage value, but the present value of that commitment we've heard today is $250 million. I asked what we would anticipate to be the capacity of the pool. And 200,000 visits per year is a reasonable estimate. It seems reasonable to me for what I know. At 200,000 capacity, if every citizen of the community were to use the pool, it would reach capacity at somewhere before 7.5 visits per year per resident. If we take the $250 million present value and divide it by the number of existing homes in Fort Saskatchewan, that's residences, apartment buildings, and condominiums. And there's a total of around 11,000. That works out to in excess of $19,000 per home. So the $250 million is a financial commitment in today's terms of $19,000 per residence. And that $19,000 commitment, if everybody used the pool, would max it out at 7 times per year, or 7.5, call it 8, I don't care. Does the ability for everybody to use the pool 8 times a year, is that worth $19,000 to the individual homeowner? I'll let the taxpayer decide. Now, it's obvious, if you think about it for a minute, that the non-residential tax assessment pays for part of that. So the non-residential tax assessment pays approximately 40% of the annual budget. Annual taxes collected are roughly 40% from non-residential. So that brings the 19,000 down to, and I'm looking for my notes as I talk and I misplaced them, but it strikes my memory that somewhere in the neighborhood of $11,000 or $12,000 commitment to every homeowner, taking out the commercial portion. I submit that that's illogic thinking. Commercial enterprises don't get a vote, but commercial enterprises, their ability to pay their bills and be competitive is affected by tossing a significant burden like this on them as well. What else? Give me a second. I lost my pages. Doesn't matter. I've covered the bulk of what I wanted to talk about. It's the cost. I know there's one more strong concern that I've had throughout this entire process. I know I've talked to it or spoke to it as the thing has evolved, but it's so important I think I need to reference it again. The study that was conducted, I don't know what instructions those folks were given. I do know that the first report out of 3 was rewritten based on the questions that...
Okay, Councillor Kelly, I think I'm going to stop you on that one because that one goes beyond what your notice of motion is.
Well, it doesn't really, Mayor Katrin. We can debate that if you want. I'm talking about putting this to a plebiscite and expressing my reasons for thinking that it needs to go to a plebiscite. And I understand this team is going on for a little while. This is a $250 million venture. Okay. And it deserves the time.
Okay, as the chair, I'm going to ask that you'll stop at this point in time because you're going back to the study. Council actually approved this to come into this, so we can discuss and debate the merits of this motion, but not going back into talking about the study again at this point in time. So I am going to move on, and I'll come back to you later. Okay. So, Councillor Macon on discussion and debate of the motion.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kelly, for putting forward this notice of motion. I was debating wording myself for a similar motion, so I was happy to see something come forward on public engagement. Based on the wording of this, so I will support this motion. My question probably to administration would be, I do question using the city's survey as the delivery model for this. Call it a plebiscite, call it a referendum. I lean toward that being a stronger way to go about it, only because like with our survey, it's household and it's not individual residents. So I'm just wondering if, based on how this is written, and in number 1 it says potential issues of bringing back different survey delivery options. So would you take that to mean not just the option of the city survey, but bringing other options back for us to consider?
Yeah, through your worship, and I help with the wording of this, and I have to take responsibility. The motion, in a sense, kind of speaks against itself because it says bring options, and then it talks about running it concurrently with the census. So my understanding at intent, and I would let the mover speak to that because it is his motion, is that they're looking for a broader range of options, I think. So it could be with the census or it could be standalone. But what I read from this when you go through when you look at that first sentence is bring a range of options that would include with the census or doing a plebiscite style or whatever.
Okay, and that was my only concern, is that I just wanted to ensure that that's what the wording was getting at there. So this has my full support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
I will not be supporting this. We did have a vote, and the last vote was very close to a 50-50. I think 48 point something to 51 point something. I see a similar outcome, whether it's one way or the other. I think ultimately it will be a council decision anyways. That's why we are here. And I think some of the money aspects of it is, I think this is where the mayor was talking about before. We used money for the JRC that was in an account that could just as well have been here to lower this. So those are a bit of semantics of where you put the money. So sometimes whether we had it under the JRC and then the pool looks better, or we have the whole cost borrowing under the pool and the JRC looks better. I don't know that we need to argue that. The 250 million, I don't know where you got the number, but I know I believe the pool is a $50 million expense. As we go down with a mortgage, the costs and the interest go up. You pay more of the primary. So I'd like to get that verified, because I also don't want to see in the paper that the fort is looking at building a $250 million pool, because that is not how anything is worded. When you get a mortgage for $100,000, no one says I'm getting a $190,000 mortgage because of the interest rate calculated. That's kind of a misleading statement. Maybe if that number is, so if any papers are watching, we're not getting a $250 million loan for a pool. And I think we're also looking at, with some of these numbers, it really paints a worst case scenario. I do know we have a mayor that goes out and actively looks at getting donations from various businesses. Government grants might be coming. We may not be anywhere near that. I know for the Dow Centennial Center, when it was being built, there were definitely other money that was put in. So this would be the full cost amount. It doesn't mean it's all done by the citizens. And going back to the referendum, I think, or whatever you want to call it, plebiscite, survey, I just don't feel it's necessary. It just feels like it's another way to let's slow this down and see if we can wait 10 years by having a survey every year and a half or two.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Yes, thank you. So I have two quick questions, one for Councillor Kelly. So is your intention or is part of your intention to make this, or wouldn't this be better if it was an election plebiscite rather than a census question?
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I actually considered that if it was part of the election, the vote would then, or the question would have to wait 2 years, which means there's a larger delay than the current thought process. I would add also that with the census being mailed out to every household within the community, it seemed to me a proper time to use the same delivery system to contact every residence regarding the pool.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And my second question is to administration. So we typically do census what time of the year?
Mr. Kaiser.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, the census date would be April 1st. That's when we start collecting responses.
Okay. And when do we close it out? Like in June, summer of that year?
Yeah, that's right. I can't remember the exact date this year that we concluded the census, but it's around there.
Around summer. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, I support this motion because, I mean, I've said it a number of times that these are really significant numbers, that it's important that we have the full support, of the community to move ahead with this, really expensive project. I obviously support building a new pool. But I think it's just a matter of timing and doing it at the right time, which will be appropriate for our community. So I think it's important for us to go to the, and I do support doing it through the census because it will, reach a lot more people in our community, and we can get a lot more responses that way instead of just a few 4,000 people who would be voting. So I definitely support this motion. I think it's something that the community has to decide to move forward with. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next on the speaking order. So I agree that it's great to have community input. I don't agree on the process, though. Through our last census, and there was something else that we sent a survey out for, and what we heard was, I didn't get it in my mail. I didn't get a chance to answer that. On the green census, it was like whoever got home first got to answer the question. And we had people, that was the recreational survey, was it not? Mr. Babiak? Yes. So we did send a recreation survey out already. Would you like to maybe come up? I just need some answers with this for process. So, and what was the purpose of us doing the last survey?
So to your worship, the last survey was about usage of all our indoor recreation infrastructure in terms of how frequently used it, which facilities got utilized, their level of satisfaction with the facilities, and as well as things they would like to see or things they think would increase their visitation to the facilities. It didn't have a specific, do you support a pool, a rec, or a fitness center question in it.
Okay, but so within that survey, and just help me flesh it out again. So what were some of the responses, if you don't mind me asking? Like,
so off the top of my head, to your worship, so within the context of this conversations, I think the ones that are most salient is the lowest level of satisfaction tended to be with the harbor pool. There was a list of different amenities that they would like to see added on it, and they thought that may increase it. For those who did respond to the survey, harbor pool was one of the most frequently used facilities for that sample.
no, I'm asking the question about the survey because I need clarification on. Okay, what is your question?
You overruled me talking about the survey, and now you want to talk about the survey?
Okay, as the chair, I overruled you because you were asking for more information to be discussed regarding new locations.
No, it's not what I said just now. That's not what I was talking about.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to refrain from being argumentative with the chair.
I will ask you to conduct yourself according to the way you expect council to conduct.
And I am, but I need to know if we're planning on doing a survey. I need confirmation what's going to be different.
Yes, to your worship, I would think the one survey that we did within this review process would be quite a bit different. I think some of the questions being asked for here would be more reflective of the 2021 recreation investment survey that was done that specifically did ask for what amenities did you want to see, did you support them, and what were the potential costs associated with them. And that included a brief write-up for each of the items as well. So.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to support the motion as it's written. I found the last time that was done, plus the census that was done, so many people felt they didn't have a say. I heard that a lot. It was on Facebook. People were, and I understand we gave them an option to phone in, but I think.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's my.
Can you mute, Councillor
If I finish my meeting early.
Can you mute? So, you know, I think unless we actually go door to door or go around and take like a non-binding plebiscite question and actually go out and ask everybody the way we did when, you know, we were trying to defeat a $52 million city hall, I don't think you can get the precise, what, you know, you can't get the numbers that we're looking for. I just don't see this as adding value. I'm okay with saying, do we want to have a non-binding plebiscite? And I know Mr. Kaiser said that's not in the MGA, but that's words we've used in the past. So if we want to do that, we should just go ahead and say, okay, this is what was presented to council. A majority has said advance it into the 10-year capital budget. There's what the design is talking about. Do you value it or do you want it or not? So I'm okay with doing that and putting 30,000 in for next year if that's what the cost is to do that. But just to do a survey in conjunction with the census, I don't think will provide anything of value. So unfortunately, I won't be supporting it. Mr. Kaiser, you'd like to correct me?
Yes. No, thank you, Your Worship. I just thought to clarify the discussion, the term plebiscite doesn't exist in the MGA or the Local Authority Election Act because it's been changed to a vote on a question. So in your spare time, if you want to read up on it, that's what you're looking for. That's why we're saying it doesn't exist, so to speak.
Okay. So if we just want to go to a pure vote based on what we've already done through all of this, then I would be okay with that, but I'm not interested in going out to another survey. Councillor Harris?
I was here and was largely responsible for the two plebiscites that dealt with one. The first question is, are you in favor of expanding the Legion to build a
community center?
Well, yeah, at the Legion it was going to be a gymnasium. That one was killed because officials of the Legion spoke against it and ultimately killed it on the basis that they didn't want to lose parking at the Legion and a lot of other reasons. The council of the day then came back and said, well, fine, then we're going to go bigger. And the whole concept of the Dow Centennial Center came out of those discussions, which ultimately did go to a binding question. And that question was, are you willing to spend X, whatever it was? And we can go back and find that question. And that's really what I support. I don't support this thing as much as I appreciate what Councillor Kelly is talking about. Doing it in conjunction with the census is a waste of time, and it is not going to give us the traction that we need to get the information we need. If we're going to do it, we need to put a question to the electorate. I totally agree with you in that context, and I think that would ultimately go to what you're talking about. We'd find what the will of the community is relative to the expenditure of $56 million initially, and if you want to throw a net present value number in there over the lifespan of the project, then ultimately that's adding a lot of complexity to a question that the general public would be asked. You have to ask a fundamentally straightforward question. Are you in favor of incurring an expense of X that will have an X impact on your taxes over the next 20 years? So it has to be well thought out, and that I support. And I support it in the context because it's a major expenditure, and ultimately we have to go to the community. I suspect a lot of people in the community will support it, and a lot of people won't. But we won't know until we ask that question. Doing it in conjunction with the plebiscite, I don't support because it will not give us the traction we need. It will be unequivocal. It won't be certain, because a lot of people will not respond.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just taking off on some of these ideas, and they'd been reiterated by a few members of council. I think the big risk of this is not being able to solicit the entire population for voting on this subject matter. It's touchy how it would have to be administered. Originally, I was in favor of this, and the idea is something that I do believe council should pursue. A decision of this magnitude, it should go to the general public, and with a clear understanding of what it entails, what we're getting at what cost. The motion that's before us right now is for a report to come back to council, outlining the details of this vote and what it would look like. And I think there's various ideas or images of what we're painting that we're going to see. I do have concerns myself, though, that there is going to be a population that is going to come back and say that I didn't have the opportunity to voice my concern for this. I think either way, I'm going to vote in favor of this motion to see what we are able to get from administration and what that would look like, and then we can evaluate at that time if we want it to happen or not.
Okay, thank you. I'll go on to round two. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. You're absolutely correct, Councillor Nguyen. This is a request for information. Secondly, I understand you, Councillor Harris. I didn't intend for the word survey to be misconstrued. I was told we couldn't use plebiscite. If the correct wording is answer the question or vote on the question, I'm good with that. It's intended to be a concrete yay or nay. That's the intent. The report from administration, I'm sure, will help us figure that out. I'd like to respond to a couple of the comments. The present value calculation is a present value calculation of the lifetime costs. The costs beyond the mortgage cost are the most important costs, and we've just seen that with this present value calculation. The cost of the pool is 50-some million. The present value cost is 250-some million. That's the annual operating costs that aren't covered by user fees. That's the part the taxpayer is picking up. That is huge. It's unfortunate, but the reality is also we're in the throes of a new user fee policy that tries to build in the concept of community benefit. And I know Recreation hasn't talked about it yet, but within the terminology of the new user fee policy, the community benefit, economic value of the community benefit right now sits at $250 million. That's the cost over and above what the users pay. That is, by definition, the community benefit. I think council needs to talk about that. Donations and grants, great idea. Before we commit to anything like that, we should actually get those numbers put on paper, get the commitment. Not make the commitment and then go hand out and see what we can find. Last election, or pardon me, not the last, yeah, there's two elections in question. The 2017, when the last, I'll use the word plebiscite was cast, it actually lost. Doesn't matter if it was close, it lost. And the complaint I heard at that time was a lack of information. And I expect that with this council and our communication policy in place, that will not be a complaint this time. In the last election 2 years ago, and I stand to be corrected by any councillor sitting up here, but I recall nobody campaigning on, elect me and I will build a new pool, or elect me and I will support a new pool. I don't recall that being a campaign issue. So it hasn't been talked about at a political level in this community. So the plebiscite, for lack of a better word again, gives the community that chance. I was a member of the community when the Harbour Pool was built. And in fact, there was a vote at that time, and the taxpayers and residents voted against the Harbour Pool. And because it was a wave pool, it was still built. People were really upset. So as a politician, you run against the wishes of your electors. You take the consequences. And as we now know 45 years later, the concept of a wave pool was in fact ill envisioned and probably shouldn't have been built. So Mayor Katch, I'm going to leave it at that. This is simply a request for a recommendation or some information from administration. It's not intended that that be a survey in the general sense of the way we conduct surveys. Far from it. In fact, if it were that, I would vote against it myself. I'm not a fan of the way we've conducted surveys over the last half a dozen years. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harris, you're next.
In 2017, I voted against the, call it plebiscite question, for want of a better term. It was a question. And I voted against it, not because I didn't want to see an expanded pool, but because the concept of the expansion of a pool or a building of a new pool was poorly defined. There was a lack of information, as you indicated. So I personally voted against it. If there had been more concise information, I could have seen exactly what I was voting for, then I would have been able to make a more informed decision. And so if what Councillor Kelly is trying to get here is not a survey in conjunction with the census, then I can support it because I think we need to engage. And I think a number of us up here have said we support the whole concept of engaging the public. Putting information out, net present value, I suspect there are very few people in our community that can grapple with those concepts because they're here for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I'll be dead in 5, whatever. And I don't think most people look beyond that, I suspect. They're going to look at what's it going to cost me in my taxes over the lifespan of the debenture the city's going to float. Am I going to be paying $143 or am I going to be paying 43? If it's 43, I could probably agree. If it's 143, that's going to maybe change my posture on that. So with this particular notice of motion, or with this motion, if it's about getting information so that council can make an informed decision, the best way to go to the public, then I support it. If it's to do it in conjunction with the census, no, I don't support it at all. That's poorly defined, and it won't give us what we need. So.
Okay, you're done. Okay, thank you. My last comments on this one. I think we have got the information on what it is that we're anticipating building. I don't believe we're going out there to ask people what more they want for it. So I think that's what we've spent all this money on up to now. So we're saying it would be this kind of pool with this, this, and this. It's not about saying, well, you know, do you want 50, you know, do you want a river in it? Do you want this in it? That ship has basically sailed. We said, this is the cost. This is what we're building. Do you support it or not? That's it. That's where I'm at if we need to go down this road. I agree with Councillor Blizzard. We are elected to do our job. And I guess what disappoints me the most out of all of this is if you're going to do this, then we should have done a survey for the JRC. Should we spend $16 million on updating the JRC as opposed to building a new arena? That might have changed the context of what people wanted. But council actually made a decision, and that's what we're here to do. The pool is completely getting all of the negative press on this, that because of a new pool, your taxes are going to go up. Well, taxes are going to go up because of the JRC as well. We've put money aside for that. You know, so I said that before, and I mentioned that earlier. We've painted the pool with the most negative brush that we can paint it with. We are doing $10 million worth of roads every year. We're doing how many, and we're taking all of our grant money and we're applying it to different things. No grant money is going towards, you know, so why aren't we asking those questions if that's the case? We've come up with a survey, or not a survey, we came up, you know, we spent the last year getting this information on what type of pool. Majority of council said move forward with some design work, and if that's the case, then there it is. So you can put a picture of that on. You can put you know, here's what the costs are, but then you can say, but we didn't charge you any extra for the JRC or for your roads because we used all our grant monies for that. I just believe this is our decision to make, and it's just frustrating because the pool's getting the blame for everything. So, Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I guess what I'll say in response to that is that 50 mil, like I think as members of council, we do make a lot of decisions on an ongoing basis and we don't need to go back to the public for everything. But for me, it's knowing at what point and what type of decision and what impact would require that thoughtful insight. And $50 million and an almost 10% increase over 5 years, I do strongly believe that that requires reaching out to them. Lots of comments have been made about the original question back in 2017, and I, like Councillor Harris, voted against it. I felt at the time that the question didn't tell me what kind of pool we were getting for $30 million at the time, and among other questions. So I do believe that asking the question in the right way and providing the right details this time, I would actually venture to guess that this will be probably one of the best, if we went ahead with it, that this would probably bring out the most amount of people to respond to this. This has been an issue in our community for decades. So I continue to support it, and those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
I made reference to what the city had to deal with the Dow Centennial Center, and that one was well received by the public. There are people who voted against it, but there was a schematic, there was a programming analysis done at the time, there was a cost, and there was an impact on taxes over time. People were able to respond to an appropriate question. And I think that's ultimately what we need here. Councillor Macon is absolutely right. This is $50 million, $16 million at the JRC in response to your observations, Mayor Ketcher. That's a decision we get to make, and we made that decision because it's making an existing facility better, as opposed to creating new generational facilities somewhere else, which ultimately the building a pool at the Dow Centennial Center, there isn't one there now, and it's going to be a different kind of pool at a much higher cost. So that's the difference. And I agree with what you're saying in one respect, but on the other light, I think that ultimately this is fundamentally a question that elected officials have to make. And it's no different than the city of Calgary has had plebiscites over many years to deal with the whole issue of the introduction of fluoride into drinking water. It was so fundamentally important to people in that community that they went back to the voting public probably every year over a period of about 15 years to finally get to the point where ultimately it was answered in an appropriate manner. So this one is about cost going forward. In counterpoint to what Councillor Kelly, I'm not sure you can throw $150 million in there, because quite frankly, if we did a net present value calculation on every municipal project to our expenditure, we wouldn't do anything. We wouldn't, because ultimately the cost of running government is just totally out of sight then. But if this will give us a range of options and a question that we can ruminate on, then I support it in that context.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly on close, anything?
Thank you. When you're in business, and Warren Buffett, for instance, has become independently one of the wealthiest investors in the world, and he lives with the net present value model. So net present value allows investors to compare potential investments. And you invest in the one that gives you the highest positive net present value calculation, given that you have 2 or 3 options in front of you. When it comes to municipal government or government of any nature, the calculation is a negative number. Not a positive number, but a negative number. So as a council, I firmly believe that we should be doing net present value calculations for everything. That would allow us then to weigh the total cost, the actual cost, and we could then choose the ones that have the lowest net present value cost with the widest coverage. That would reduce our risk and get us the best bang for the buck over the next 40 years. Really, it works. Whether or not it's too difficult for average person to understand, I won't debate at this particular time, but we have a communications policy that's fairly prescriptive on what it is we should provide to the public. I just point out one last thing for those members sitting up here that think they might want to run for council in 2 years' time. Really, and Mr. Fleming alluded to this in his introductory comments, I strongly encourage you to focus on the next 5 or 6 years of the 10-year capital plan and what that means to operating costs, debt servicing costs, and money out. And we as a council, if we go ahead with this the way it's laid out, we're putting the next council, a significant hurdle, in my opinion, in front of the next council. So it's not just the swimming pool, it is the largest one. Is it getting all the negative press? I hardly think so. I get it that I'm not in favor. That doesn't mean I'm not in favor of a new pool, not at all. What it means is that I want to spend our citizens' money wisely, and I want to do everything in my power to make sure that we spend it wisely. And I have felt sometimes like I'm a fairly lone voice up here when I'm dealing with consultants that need to rewrite their reports. So is there negative press? Yes, but it's because of that. Not what I said, but the information that came forward was not good, period. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote.
Sorry, but I'm...
Motion is carried 5-2. So, okay, so now going forward, so we're going to be coming back Friday to discuss the flagged items. I have had a request from a member of council to move the organizational meeting to Friday as well. Under the MGA, everybody apparently has to be present in order to have the organizational meeting. So unless there's any objection to it, Mr. Fleming will circulate a notice of change, and we will have that organizational meeting on Friday morning. Okay. I mean, short of that, we can just do, yeah, that will work. Okay, so unless anybody has any concerns with that, the organizational meeting will be held Friday morning. So hopefully, Councillor Abatoye, I hope you're there. Councillor Harris, do you have a question?
What section of the MGA and how does it read relative to all members? Because I really am having a hard time believing that.
Mr. Geiser?
Yes, thank you. So it's section 193 sub 1. It says that a council may decide at a council meeting at which all councillors are present to hold regularly scheduled council meetings on specific dates, times, and places. So it is pretty clear that all councillors have to be present.
Read that again. I kind of beg to differ with that opinion.
Sure. So a council may decide at a council meeting at which all the councillors are present to hold regularly scheduled council meetings on specific dates, times, and places. And so, in effect, that's one of the functions of an organizational council meeting, is the scheduling of regular council meetings.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not going to argue the point. You're our legislative officer, and you're giving that advice to us. I guess I'm just flabbergasted by that, because it's entirely possible that a member of council could be sick on an organizational meeting date, and that wouldn't, under my past experience, suggest that ultimately you invalidate the opportunity to have a council meeting. But whatever.
Okay.
I'm fine on Friday.
Whoops, sorry. And they are allowed to attend virtually as long as they're, or by phone, whatever works. Does that answer your question, Councillor Kelly? Okay, we just have one concern that somebody's not available that way. So as long as there's no concerns, I mean, the organizational meeting's pretty simple. There's just 3 things that are on it. So Mr. Fleming will send out the notice of change and we'll have that Friday morning. I would suggest we'll arrange the time to make sure that person is available. Okay? All right. So with that, we will stand adjourned.